Hey and hello there, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Well, hopefully we're live. And if it's your birthday, happy birthday. How are we all doing today? Hopefully I did unmute the microphone. Yes, I did. Okay. So, hi. Welcome back to more shiny hunting. I put a Mudbray in the thumbnail, so let's go get a shiny Mudbray or something like that. Okay. And then we'll say hi to everyone in a second. So I had a Mudbray outbreak, which is a really funny thing. But then I spotted this shiny Vullaby. But this is a lie, because this is actually a replay from yesterday. So don't worry, this wasn't like some super... This is just a replay from yesterday. So I do apologize. I planned to get Mudbray today, but I actually ended up getting 2 of them yesterday from this outbreak. But what was really funny is, as I was looking for Mudbrays in the outbreak, I spotted the shiny Vullaby, and I was like, what? I didn't have any sandwiches or anything. Not for the Mudbray, not for the Vullaby. So I couldn't believe it. And Vullaby is like a hard one to spot. Like, Vullaby is one where you have to know what it looks like. And basically it kind of looks like, if I bring it up, you'd kind of think, well, how does that look? It sort of looks more colorful than a Vullaby, but how's it different? It's like the pink is more bright pink, like a more sort of reddish pink. And then the sort of ruffly feathers around its neck are like brown instead of black. So I like to joke that it's more like a chocolate Oreo instead of a regular Oreo. But there you go. So anyway, so don't worry, you haven't don't worry, Michael David, you haven't missed anything. This is just me talking. But so I did plan on doing Mudbray, but there was an outbreak, and I was like, oh, let's just knock out everything. And I didn't even use a sandwich, and I got 2 of them. So yeah, there was like 1 and whatever. So we'll find something else to hunt instead. But anyway, so bark. Let me say hi to people. So hi to Caitlin, hi to Kevin, hi to Andrew, and Michael David. So don't worry, you didn't miss anything. And then Xander and Teresa and Honey Phantom, you're Honey Phantom, and Tenchi and oh yeah, and someone said hi to Neo, but I couldn't see anything from Neo, so I don't know if any chat is missing or something, or if Neo's chat got deleted, or I don't know. But there's Neo at the bottom. Hi Neo, and hi Zach. So, oh man, I'm really thirsty today. I should have drunk more water. Okay. Anyway, Bark, let's get into the actual stream and the actual shiny hunting. Okay. So, I hope we're all doing well this week. I'm doing okay. I can't really think of anything that's happened or not happened. But it's funny. So I will just say one thing that was kind of on my mind, and I will just kind of like get into this now, just because it's on the thing that's on the top of my mind. So next weekend is essentially the 1-year anniversary of when I began streaming, which is wonderful and cool and brilliant, but I really don't know what to do for it / about it, because again, I don't have many games or anything, because I could only bring so many with me, and I only have so many games that I'm able to actually stream, kind of thing, that I actually have the technological capability of streaming, and so it's just kind of hard to know what to do, and often when I do extra streams or sort of some kind of celebration streams, I've noticed for I don't know, the last half a year's worth of extra streams I've done, they don't really kind of drum up a whole lot extra interest and stuff like that. I'm very grateful to all you guys who are my regular viewers, but I kind of, when I do the celebration streams and stuff like that, I kind of hope for those to be the excuses where the people who kind of dip in and out a bit more, they'll be the ones that the people who dip in and out, they'll come and watch them, but they kind of don't. So basically what I'm saying is the streams where I put in like a load of extra effort kind of don't really seem to do any better than the ones that have very minimalistic effort. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, well, if the extra effort isn't kind of hugely worth it. And the thing about next weekend there's like new Mario Kart content, and I've already talked to one of my best friends, William, and we always like play the new Mario Kart content when it comes out. So, and we haven't talked in ages, so I want to like, you know, talk with him and sort of hang out with him and play Mario Kart with him. So I just don't really know. So it's like, I can't really do an extra stream next Sunday because I've already, you know, promised one of my best friends that we'll do Mario Kart together. And then, but then it's like, do we do anything different on the Saturday? And if so, it's like, well, is it going to be a load extra effort that I have to then like prepare for throughout the week and stuff like that? So I just really don't know what to do about it. And I'm kind of in a similar position with like my birthday stream and stuff like that this year. Last year my birthday stream was really cool and like loads of people hung out and stuff like that, but I just don't have like a whole load of faith that people will this year. And it's just, you know, again, it's a lot of hassle to an effort to, you know, sort of prepare for and do like a, you know, like a whole extra stream like on your birthday and stuff like that. So I just really don't know what to do about like my 1 year anniversary or about my birthday in a couple of months. If anyone has any ideas, let me know. But again, sometimes people suggest ideas for things and it's like, I don't like have that game, I can't stream that game, I can't afford that game or something like that. So please don't think I'm being rude. It's just one of those things where it's just like, no, I just can't. Anyway, Bark. So what are we doing here today? What am I doing? I want to go like north of here, don't I? Okay, so there is a Pokemon that's not in the thumbnail that I think will be very good to shiny hunt for. It'll be easy to spot. They spawn really well. So let's get this Pokemon in instead. So let's say hi to more people. Cramin, I like Cramin. How you doing? Yeah, that's the thing, Kevin. So that's the thing. If the game selection weren't an issue, you would have suggested me and Koi do the latest WarioWare. I know, right? That's the thing. I really do want to get the new WarioWare and play it with other people, but like my eyesight isn't good enough, my setup isn't good enough. Again, I don't want to take a picture of and like share a picture of my setup to you guys on YouTube, because I'm like too embarrassed and ashamed of it. But it's like, you know, it's like when I came and made Koi do that stream a year ago, you know, I came and made him like sit on the floor and like look at a tiny television, and we're like sharing a microphone and all this other stuff. Like it's embarrassing. I was embarrassed to do that, and Koi was a good sport to go along with it. So I really want to do the Wario with people, and the thing about the new WarioWare as well is you absolutely want a camera. You absolutely want a camera on the, like, you know, me and the guest playing the game, you know, because it's very physical. So those are streams I definitely want to do someday. I definitely want to do the new WarioWare with, you know, fellow Genshin castmates and stuff like that. But it's just one of those things where I just don't have the means to do that. I don't have the game, I don't have the camera, I don't have a computer that is good enough to deal with an extra camera, you know, showing everything off. So it's just kind of hard. It's just hard to know what to do. If I like had more games and stuff like that, there are things that I would totally love to do next week if I could, but I don't. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, well, of the options available to me, what can I do? And then that's where it's like kind of hard. Let's go with spicy. I hope I've just picked the right sandwich here. If I haven't, then we're resetting. But okay, I'll say hi to. Did I see your girls? Your girls are unique. Hi. Hang on. I'll read chat and messages and stuff in a second. So yeah. So Kevin, yeah, I definitely want to do WarioWare. That is definitely a thing I want to do. It's just not on the cards, like right now, unfortunately. Because you guys watched the green card stream, you know how. You know how much money I've had to spend. And if you didn't, go watch it, because again, going back to that, when I do kind of make effort for extra streams, not a whole load of people tend to watch them anyway. The green card stream was one of them. Like, that surprisingly didn't get as many views as I thought it. And please don't get me wrong, I'm not like all about the views, but it was one of those things where I was like, oh, this, like, people will be interested to hear what I've, you know, been kind of holding back for like a whole year, and then they kind of want. Is like, oh, I thought that like this thing that's like really important to me, people didn't really seem to be that interested in. So it's like, oh, okay, well, no worries, no worries. I mean, it is quite boring stuff, but I think it's really boring. But other people seem to usually find it quite interesting. So I thought it'd make for a good stream, but then people didn't. But okay, let's see. Okay, dark. Okay, good. Right, dark. Wait, you're putting fish on a sandwich and burger meat? Yeah, I know. Funny combos. So okay. Hang on. So let me just see. I just want to make sure I haven't missed anyone. Okay. No worries for missing streams and stuff like that. And again, this is when I say stuff like sort of like, not a lot of people were interested in that or whatever. I never mind anyone like missing streams or anything like that. It's not an issue. Okay, right. So what are we doing? Are we heading north? Is that what we're doing? Where am I going here? Hang on. I gotta remember where I'm going here. I think it's this way. Here we go. So Mastiff. Mastiff, I think, will be a very good Pokemon to shiny hunt for because they've got this sort of brownish and yellow color, you know, like brownish or reddish brown, and then like a yellow color. But the shiny is like blue, so this should be an easy spot, right? Unless you see a Squirtle and you're like, that's a different color from what you think you're seeing. Why are the Mastiffs? Okay, here we go. More Mastiffs. But so I think this should be an easy one to spot. I did have a Mabostiff outbreak the other day, but one, it was like in a really weird place where just not many of them would spawn at any one time. And then, so that was thing number one. And then thing number two is, from a Mabostiff, it's much more difficult to spot, like, the shiny amongst the normal ones. Whereas for this should be quite easy, I think, he says. And then he'll run past, like, 5 shinies. But I think this will be a successful shiny hunt. As you can see, lots and lots of doggos and a Psyduck. You know, so this should be all right. There's a Mareep. Okay, that's not great. Let's go back this way. We've got to find the spot where they spawn the best or the most frequently. Anyway, Bark. Oh, speaking of the new WarioWare, has anyone got it yet? Are they enjoying it? Again, I don't have it yet. The thing about WarioWare as well is WarioWare games are a good candidate for... I mean, they're already a bit cheaper than regular Switch games, but they are a good candidate for, like, waiting for them to get a little cheaper. And given that I can't really play it and I don't have a setup for it, again, I normally play all my games in handheld. And the thing about the new WarioWare is it's one where you need to be, like, stood in front of a television. And like I said, I'm, like, squatted down on the ground here. So it's not really one that I can even just play on my own at the minute. So I will hold off getting it. It's a game I aspire to get, though. Where are these Mastiffs? Hang on, I'm getting really annoyed about this. Where are they? Okay, like they were spawning like this way, but I want to find a nice place where I can like run back and forward and back, and because like we've just sort of had like a minute where we've not even encountered like one of them. Okay, come on. Oh, hang on, I know what to do. / where to go. But I was gonna say, but has anyone got the new WarioWare? How are they finding it? If they've got it, I watched a clip from it yesterday. I watched a video of people playing the Nintendo games or the Nintendo micro games in it, because that's my favorite part of any WarioWare game, seeing all the Nintendo games they put in it. And right, hang on. Let's see if there are like Mastiffs if we go this way. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Come on. Hopefully we'll get more Mastiffs. But the thing I noticed, so I hadn't watched a lot of gameplay of the game, so I just watched this kind of like raw gameplay of someone playing like all the Nintendo games, the Nintendo micro games in it. And the thing I noticed is I am 99% sure that the voice of the instructor, sort of the instructive voice telling you what position to hold your Joy-Cons in, and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure that's Keith Silverstein, aka Zhongli. So if anyone wants to watch like some just raw gameplay of the new WarioWare game and just hear someone be like, you know, masseuse and whatever, and then be like, yeah, that's Zhongli, like masseuse or whatever, you know, let me know. Okay, hang on. This shiny hunt isn't going as well as I would have liked. Sorry, I'm really sorry. It's just there was some spot I went to because I kind of like partially did this shiny hunt once. I had like a dark sandwich and I got what I wanted, and I was like, oh, where do I go next? It's like, oh, I'll try and find some mischief, and I found some like really perfect spot where they were spawning like loads and loads and loads, and now I can't seem to find where that spot was or replicate it or whatever, and now I'm like confused and sad. So let me pause and check in with chat, and then we'll find a better spot. So okay, let's see. Never possible for a burger to have peanut butter in it. Oh, they exist. If you check the as well in real life as well. If you check like George Motz's like burger show, The First We Feast, is that the name of the channel? They have the burger show. There are like burgers with peanut butter on. I would look that up. But George Motz and the peanut butter thing. Beau, do you have treats in your pocket? That's a good way to find dogs in my experience. Ha 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 ha. Very funny, Kevin. That is actually quite funny. But still, no, they like sandwiches. Smoked fillet sandwiches. Smoked fillet sandwiches. Okay. But no, there are places, there are like burger establishments that put peanut butter on burgers. So look that up on YouTube as well. But oh yeah, no, the German tea story. Oh, Neo, you missed the German tea story. You gotta go watch the stream. You gotta go watch the green card stream. You gotta go watch the green card stream. This shiny will be easy. 5 hours later, no shiny. Ugh, I know. Okay, so right, okay. Let me then go back. See, Crime was like, see Bodos. Like, yeah, the channel shows off. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, if you look up like the burger show, I can't. I don't think it's the. I'm not sure if it's the burger show because that might be the one with like Alvin. And I like Alvin. Don't get me wrong. But I like the George Motz burger stuff, like the burger history. It might be burger history. If you look up like burger, hang on, you're not shiny, are you? You look very. You look very like green in color. That's funny. In the I could tell that wasn't a shiny Scyther because it has like a red bit on its chest. But the green color that Scyther had, because of the shade, the green was the exact same as the shiny. It's just it just didn't have the red on the chest. Okay. Come on, Mischief. Let's find the Mischief. Let's find our blue doggo. Blue doggo. Hang on, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go... I know, like, they aren't spawning if I go, like, here. But I think if I go far enough... Here we go. Here we go. If I'm, like, here, this more open part... we had to go through the narrow part. But now that we're in the more open part, I think we'll see more of them. So this is good. This is good. This is good. So I'm getting pins and needles in my foot. I'm losing the feeling in my foot. Okay. Hang on, we have to go past... No, that isn't working. No, we don't want to go into all the, like, fields and the olive stuff, do we? Okay. Sorry, chat. I can't remember where, like, the specific... I thought it was, like, up here. But when I went up here... I'll put a marker up here. But I thought when I went up there... I wasn't finding many today. We will do this. We'll get one. We'll get one at least, I'm sure. Okay. Come on. But let's get two Mischief. Okay. Let's see. That's a Starly. I think we're too close. I think the problem here is that we're too close to the water, but also too close to the olive fields, and I think that's the issue. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so I can't remember what I was talking about. So, like, WarioWare and Zhongli telling you how to hold your Joy-Cons. Something like that. Oh, no, but burgers on cheese. Yeah, that was it. Burgers as well. Of course it's about burgers. I never shut up about burgers. Yeah, no, burger history with George Motes. It's really interesting. He, like, looks at different, like, regional burgers that you can find, like, across America. And, yeah, this isn't right. This isn't where Mischief was. Sorry, like... I know I said, like, sort of like, these more low-effort streams. I still put effort into them. I still, like, research, like, places to shiny hunt and stuff. But I just can't seem to find where I was finding all the mess. Oh, was it over here? Maybe it was over here. Maybe it was here. Okay, this looks good. This is promising. Okay, there's the Mischief. There's Mischief. There's more Mischief. Okay, this is better. This is more like it. Here we go. This is what I wanted. Just a big, sprawling, open space where a bunch of brown and blue dogs will show up. This is all I ever wanted in life. Okay, cool. So, this is the spot. Okay, here we go. This is it. Okay, so it was... Oh, hang on. What are you? You look kind of... That's a boulder. It's not a boulder. It's a rock. Sorry, the rock. It was a rock. Can you smell what that rock was cooking? I can't either, because I don't have smell-o-vision. The point is that we have now found the place where our magical dogs are spawning, and that's a good thing. But yeah, so no, but the like burger history with George Motes, he looks at like different regional burgers and restaurants that have like quirky burgers, and yeah, they have like peanut butter burgers and steamed burgers. Yes, steamed hams are real. You know, there's like onion burgers and just all kinds of things. I can't remember them because it's been a while since I've watched the show, but there are all kinds of there are just all kinds of like really interesting ones, and he goes into like the history of like, you know, like when restaurants invented certain burgers and stuff like that as well, and it's really interesting stuff. So anyway, bark, get it, because we're hunting for a dog. This is a good spot. Okay, we found the spot, but we've got 20 minutes left. This is fine. This is good. We can work with this. This is all I ever wanted. Yeah, so if you want to hunt for Mischief yourself, it's below the river and the water, but in all this kind of grass sort of northeast of Cortondo, and north of this stop here. So this is the spot. This is the spot. I was like, I'm sure it's near the water and stuff, and I just anyway, bark. Okay, so sorry, we're getting a lot of anyway barks in today. Didn't mean for that, but yeah, so Burger Show's good. But yeah, and then also as well, just not really sure what to do about like celebration streams and stuff like that. Just in general at the minute, I just feel kind of very I don't want to say I feel uninspired, but I just feel very kind of like unsure of what to do with a lot of things. Like Christmas is coming up. I know I want Xenoblade 3. I think I talked about this before, but I want like some kind of second game. You know, Xenoblade is going to be like my big long RPG, or JRPG, but I want something that's just kind of like fun and cozy and that I can maybe beat in like a week or two or something, like a nice little platformer or whatever, to also have for like say Christmas and my birthday as well. And you know, and I can like, there are things that are kind of like on my bucket list or whatever, like, oh, I want to get like Kirby and the Forgotten Land, and you know, maybe I might want to play like DK Tropical Freeze again or something like that. But I just don't really feel enthused for those things. Like, they're things I do eventually want and stuff like that. It's like, do I really want like Kirby to be like my Christmas game? Like, I'm not like a big Kirby guy. I don't know enough about Kirby kind of thing. So it's not really something I'd be excited about. It'd just be something which I'd get and then I'd be like, this is pretty neat probably. But so yeah, I just really don't know what to do about anything at the minute. I just want to like switch off and not do anything for a while, to be honest. But yeah. So come on, Mastiffs. Where is the shiny Mastiffs though? I have gotten a lot of shinies in the last week or so though, which is nice because I sometimes I get a bit too caught up in the like collecting Herba Mystica and not the actual shiny hunting. But this week I did get quite a few shinies, which was quite nice. I can't remember them all, unfortunately. And I don't really know why I put Electros in the thumbnail because Electric and what is the other one? Well, I can't remember what the second form is called, but Tynamo and Electric. They are not particularly easy shinies to hunt, so I don't really know why I put Tynamo. I have got a shiny Tynamo, and I was very fortunate to do so. It was kind of more like a persistent grind than any particular skill. But I need to get 2 more of them. But it's not a fun shiny hunt to do on a stream, and I think I put Electric because I've tried for Electric a couple of times. Quite a few times actually, like 3, 4, maybe even 5 times, and I just never find one. And I don't know if it's because I'm seeing them and I'm missing them, or whether I've just been unlucky. They are quite hard to spot, so it is possible that I've just been missing them. But like, yeah, so I don't know whether like say, oh, if we do it on stream, that'll bring me luck. But if we don't have the luck, then it'll be a very boring shiny hunt. So. Although then again, this one so far has been a boring shiny hunt. Like we should get something soon for this. Now that we've found the spot, now that we're spawning in, do you know what I mean? We're spawning in so many dogs at the minute that like if we don't get the shiny, that would just be insane. Like we should get this shiny. Like look, there was like 10 of them or whatever, you know, and then like okay, like oh look, here's like another 5 or 6, you know. And then we're just spawning in a bunch of like individual little ones, you know, so we're probably up to like past 20, maybe even like 25 or something now, and that's in like less than 30 seconds. So the idea of like spawning in about like 500 or so is not a crazy notion or anything. We'll go this way first, and then we'll loop back around. I will check chat properly again in a sec. But as you can see, if we're spawning in like 5 dogs in no time at all, then you know, like, oh, there's 5 dogs, and there's 5 dogs, and there's 5 dogs, then I don't think we'll have any issue getting this shiny. The only thing could be is if we've got some kind of wrong herb, like if the spicy herb is failing us somehow, but I don't think it is. I think given how many we're seeing, I think we'll get our shiny. We will get our shiny. As long as we don't confuse a boulder for a shiny. And sorry, it's not a boulder, it's a rock. So yeah. Okay. Right, I think in a second I'm probably going to have to turn around. Because we've kind of completed the loop, haven't we? Although we keep seeing them. So, hey, if I keep seeing them, I'll just keep going. Although we haven't seen, like, clusters of 5. Okay, no, there's a bunch of Mareeps. Okay, let's check chat, and then we'll, Your girls are unique. Which Pokemon are we looking for? I understand correctly, it's a dog. Yes. So it's a Pokemon called Mastiff. It's an early game kind of dark type Pokemon, and it evolves into Mabostiff, who was very prominently featured in the storyline. So how many shinies did I get last week? Last week I got 6. So so that was really cool. So hang on, let's just see. Is there anyone? Oh yeah. So hang on. I know. Hang on. Right. There are 2 things that we need to do. There are 2 things we need to do to get the shiny. Sorry, this is why we haven't had the shiny yet. 1, like the stream. Click that like button. Subscribe if you haven't, and ring the bell. Because ringing the bell, make sure you got the ring the bell, and it's like set to like all notifications or whatever. I don't think you actually get like spammed with notifications. It just means if you look in the right areas, you'll see more of my stuff. So it's like not invasive. The other thing though, So the other thing though is let's put dogs, blue hearts, and like sparkly stars in the chat. Like do those emojis, so like dogs, blue hearts, sparkly emojis, and stars, like that kind of thing. If you do that, that'll get us the shiny. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, let it rip. Okay. Right, so 1 and 2. Okay, here we go. So Neo has kicked us off with a lovely bunch of emojis. But yeah, now we'll totally get the shiny. Okay, there's a Buizel and a Psyduck. Okay, the emojis haven't quite kicked in yet. Okay, look, there's a group of 5, and there's another one. And there's another one, and there's another one. Actually, in all honesty, if I ran at like fast speed, that might spawn in 5 a bit more frequently. I actually don't know. This might be one of those shiny hunts where running at a fast speed is actually the better thing to do. But we'll have to see. I'll give it a bit of a go. We'll give it a bit of a go. So like, oh look, there's 5. Ooh. But I'm just so afraid of missing one if we run too fast. You got to be patient with shiny hunting. You got to be patient. Okay. The other thing I worry about is like Pokemon spawning behind you, because like it's possible, it happens. Oh hey, it's Young Goose. Okay. Let's see. Thank you for all the emojis. Let's see if we can. Yes, lots of emojis. Let's see if we can get our shiny blue dog. It is kind of like a dark blue, like it's kind of like a bluey black, but I would call it blue. It is like a, it's like a navy or something. But it's definitely like blue. It's I don't think you'd call it black. But I suppose when I say it's blue, some people could be picturing like a light blue or a sky blue or something. It's like, no, it's like a dark blue. But again, we're seeing so many kind of like hot dog colored dogs. Like these look like raw hot dogs, like American wieners. So Mastiff really is kind of like a wiener dog in terms of its color. We don't go to Weenie Hut Jr. here at Beau Video Games. Why are there so many SpongeBob references? We're gonna get the navy blue one because we're tough. Okay. Let's see. But again, we just have to make sure. Oh, for the love of pizza. We're talking about hot dogs and now pizza. Because when I sort of say, because I just want to sort of say, like, because when people are like, what do you mean, like, American hot dogs or American wieners? But, like, in the UK, they don't really eat, like, sort of wiener-style sausages very much. Those aren't really a whole much of a thing. In the UK, if you say sausages to someone, the thing, if you say sausage, people will picture like sausages, and they'll be like sort of pork sausages. It's like very finely minced and mushed, like pork sausage, and then you mix in like other seasonings and stuff like that. Usually like sort of herbs, and it's like bangers and mash kind of thing. But that's thing, bangers and mash isn't like weenies or anything like that. And we don't really ever. You can like buy packs of like sausage meat. But again, like, because some people here in America, like, if you say, like, oh, breakfast sausage or whatever, you get, like, sausage patties. So it's, like, sausage meat, but in, like, a little mini burger shape. And again, that's not really, like, a thing in the UK either. Like, your sausages are sausages. It's, like, it's, like, pork with, like, herbs, seasonings, or whatever. And it's, like, encased in a sausage skin. And that is a UK sausage. You may get some things like beef sausage and stuff like that, but again, that's less common. Typically, if in the UK you like get sausages, or someone's like, oh, do you like sausages? They mean like a pork sausage. That's what they mean. They don't mean beef or chicken or turkey or a patty or a weenie or anything. That's kind of what they mean. The weenies you do, the weenie kind of type things, you will get like, if you got like a hot dog at like the cinema or like a sports event, it would be like a weenie. But in terms of just like general consumption or whatever, or if like people are buying sausages at the supermarket, That's what they mean. And that's your how things are different in the UK lesson of the day. So there you go. And that's like, and sausages like across Europe are like very different and stuff like that. I am aware of. I haven't even looked at, because I know that I'm going to look at chat in a second. There's going to be someone saying, oh, like in my country, like when you sort of say sausages, they are more kind of this sort of thing and that kind of a thing. That's a young goose, not a mastiff. I was like, hang on, that looks different. It's like it's because it's a different Pokemon, and that's a different Pokemon because it's a young goose. Oh, young goose, why are you in the way? Knackley, you are also not a Mastiff. Let's see if anyone's talking about sausage. Cumberland sausages. Exactly, Andrew. Let's see. Michael David, it's 1 a.m. Don't make me go outside to find food at this hour. I'm sorry. Imagine someone joining the stream and hearing Beau talk about sausages. Yeah, I know. You have to be very careful when talking about them. Because like German sausages are like a whole different thing. I've like never had them, but I know like intellectually that they are a very different type of food. So okay. But look, we've got like, there's like 10 Mastiff here, and then like 10, like 11, 12, 13, like 14, 15. We've seen 15 whole Mastiff, and none of them have been shiny. What's going on? What is going on? If we don't get a shiny from Mastiff, I might insist that we double down on this one and like try again, but we'll try with like a different herb. We'll try some different herbs, and because that's how you get different like sausages and herbs. That's what we're talking about. It's like the prophecy is being fulfilled. Okay, so but hang on, how long do we have left? 8 minutes. Oh gosh, this is not going well. Okay, hang on, we'll go back this way. Okay, right, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. Come on, where are you, Mastiff? Mastiff? This has to get us a shiny. It has to. We can't not get a shiny Mastiff here. That would be insane. Like, how many of these things have we seen? This was like supposed to be the easy one. The easy one. Look, there's like a whole bunch of them, and then there's a whole bunch of them, and then if we go this way, we're gonna see a whole bunch of them. Unless I've like misremembered the color and they look identical. But I tell you, speaking of shiny dogs though, I did get a shiny Darkspun yesterday, which is pretty cool. That was pretty nifty. Because yeah, I had an outbreak of those. So I do need to get a Fido. So that's like, maybe, okay, chat, what if we just turn this into like a dog shiny hunting stream? Like, what if we try and get like shiny Mastiff, like we try and get 2 of them so we can get my Bostiff as well. And then we try and go for shiny Fido. I haven't even checked what the outbreaks are today, actually. And maybe we will finally do that like prophesized, you know, ice sandwich on the ice mountain and just run around looking for ice types. I don't know. We'll look at what the outbreaks are as well, because the outbreaks could kind of impact what shinies we go for, essentially. Let's see. How have we not got a shiny? How? Okay. Come on, where are they? Where are you, shiny Mastiff? One of the shinies I did get, either this week or last week, like I feel like it was more than a few days ago. But I did hunt for Bellsprout, like off screen. I think there was like an outbreak or something. I can't remember. But basically, I like got a sandwich going, and I was running around looking at Bellsprouts, getting Bellsprouts. Oh, hang on. Yay! Shiny! There we go. That took way too long. No, don't disappear, don't disappear, don't disappear. Where'd it go? There we go. Here it is. Hey! Woo! Okay, that actually looks more sort of purpley now that it's on the, at least on my television. I don't know how it's coming through to you guys. But, right. Quick ball, go! Critical capture. Yay! There we go. Oh my gosh. Oh, Tenchi, did you finally get the shiny Applin? Nice. There we go. Apple is actually often a common pairing with sort of like sausages, like apple in pork sausages. That's a thing that kind of happens. Because for some reason they do like apples and pork, don't they? Like pork chops and applesauce. Like that was Homer Simpson's like original favorite food before donuts. Right, let's see if we can now get another, shall we? We've got how many minutes? 4 minutes. Chat, can we get another one? Get those emojis in the chat. Thank you for the emojis before. They got us the mischief before. But now I need all your power and all your strength and all your dogs and... Oh my gosh, that's another one. Yes! Yes, let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Yes! Alright! I told you, shiny hunting in Scarlet and Violet is busted. It's busted. Oh, Phantom Slayer, that's awesome. I'm glad you got to meet so many people. Very cool. Sorry, I'm just very excited about the shiny. There you go. Oh my gosh. Okay, so hang on, chat. So we now have 4 minutes to... Hang on. Right, hang on. I need to look up what other dark types I need. Now that we've got 2, I now need to look up what is a good hunt for like 4 minutes. Let's hang on. Wait, is Mischief the only dark type I need? Oh no. No. Okay, hang on. I know what to do. The irony of this is the irony of this is I didn't get one of these. I got one of these. So we'll try and get a second Lullaby. We're not going to get it because there's not enough minutes. But... Okay, hang on. This is Bombardier. Don't want Bombardier. We want... Because it's like north of here, right? Or is it? No, I actually can't... Hang on. Wait. I can't remember where this is. No, Bombardier! Oh, thank you, Phantom Slayer. That's really kind. Oh, for the love of no Clodsire. Oh, I just know. Like, it's going to get poisoned. And then that's going to slow everything down. Yes, see. Oh, yeah. No, I got Morpeko off screen before last week's stream because I just couldn't. I know, I love... The thing, you guys didn't even have time to put the emotes in, and we found the second one. So, there you go. Okay. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Stress. Right, Meowscarada. Okay. Cool. Okay, so hang on. We're going to go this way. I suppose I should check if these Bombardiers are shiny, but... hang on. Right, Crawdaunt. Hang on, that Crawdaunt wasn't shiny, was it? No. Okay. I have shiny Crawdaunt, but hey, I like Crawdaunt, so a second one would not do any harm, would it? Lullaby. Okay, hang on. I can't remember where Lullaby is off the top of my head, and it's not worth like going on Google and looking it up and blah blah blah. Okay. Well, I really appreciate that. Yeah, if there's anyone who does really, really like Chongyun, I appreciate them checking out the channel. Okay, hang on. No, this is like Houndours and stuff. Hang on, do we want to go here? Okay. No, because it's just going to get us like Nuzleafs and... I thought Lullaby appeared like near like the waterfall or something, but I now just like I'm going mad questioning myself. A future shiny fish stream. Well, I mean, Zach, I do apologize, but that's probably unlikely to happen because shiny hunting in the water is like the worst thing in this game. Like, it just sucks. Like, they improved over it massively from Legends Arceus, which had just the most horrendous. Like, catching Pokemon on the water in Legends Arceus was just one of the most horrendous and flawed gameplay, you know, sort of things that I think, ever experienced in a game. And so, again, it's why when people, like, get so, like, ooey gooey about Legends Arceus, like, that's part of why I almost am, like, just a bit confused, because I'm like, but it was so flawed. Oh my gosh, hang on. How many minutes do we have left? Okay, we have seconds. Okay, let's just let this run out. We'll get a shiny Nuzleaf, I'm sure, in like the next 10 seconds. But I think Vullabai's one that I'll have to hunt with, like, I'll have to look up where it is. But it's not a good, it's not really like a good hunt to do on stream, I don't think. I thought that was a shiny Sandshrew for a second, but it's just a Swadloon. Okay. So, what we'll do before we... Okay, that's time up, right? Yeah, okay, cool. Right, what we'll do before we do our next thing, we'll look at what outbreak Pokemon are there. So, okay, so there's Ducklet here. Oh, this is laggy. Why is this laggy? Noctowl. I do have shiny Noctowl, unfortunately. But that would have been a great one. We got Grubbin as well. Because I've had a lot of luck with... This week, right, I've gotten multiple shinies from outbreaks without even using a shiny sandwich. It's been pretty, to quote my friend Ryan Bartley, wild. Skiddo, I have shiny Skiddo. Oh, Serena. Oh, and Tadbulb. I do have Sandygast. But, ooh, Serena. Oh, do we want to try and go for Serena? Do we want to go for Serena? And Tadpole? But mainly Serena? Serena's quite an easy one to spot. Maybe we might go for Serena. I'm sorry that I keep saying Serena. Like that every few seconds. But it's Serena. Serena is one of those Pokemon I kind of forget exists. Every once in a while. And then I'm like, oh yeah, Serena. I never used one. Like, it's like a really cool... I really like the... Actually, that might be the middle form, mightn't it? Was that Serena, or was that the... No, it's the middle form. But we could get the middle form, though. We could try and get two of the middle form. What's the middle form called? I forget. Steenie, that's it. That's an easy one to spot. Shall we go for it, chat? Spontaneous shiny hunting! And it's near the grass gym. That's kind of perfect. Serena. Kevin, you got shiny Hatcham for an outbreak thanks to using the picnic method. You did the picnic method. Yeah, awesome. I need to hunt for Hatcham now, because that was the thing as well. I got a shiny Hatena this week from an outbreak without using a sandwich. I did then go on to use a sandwich in the hopes of getting a second one, but I didn't have any luck. And then as soon as the sandwich ended, I got a shiny Bonsly, just randomly out of nowhere. So, okay, hang on. What Pokemon do we want to hunt the Serena with? One thing, someone did ask a question about this last week. They sort of said, what Pokemon are good for, like, the beating mass outbreaks? And that's the thing. You want something that's, like, fast at running around and is, like, super effective against the Pokemon, ideally. What I'm going to use, it isn't fast, but it'll be better than Talonflame. And it's the Pokemon I should have had in my team instead of Talonflame, but I thought I confused Armarouge and Ceruledge. Okay, you're a Kamala. I was like, wait, is that a shiny? It's like, no, it's a Kamala. But I can't remember what I was talking about. But anyway, Bark. But yeah, no, I just got a bunch of shinies from outbreaks this week. and without even using sandwiches. I don't think I even used many sandwiches this week, but I still got like a bunch of shinies from just running around or doing outbreaks and not even having to like use sandwiches. So I think I've beaten like 3 or so. I really should be counting these. If you do the picnic method, you really should try and count to 60 if you can. But okay, so this is Steenie. Steenie has, instead of like 3 green leaves on its head, although this is hard with this weird orangey purple sky, but the shiny will have like purple leaves on its head. And instead of having like a white body, it's kind of like yellowish. But again, I think the purple leaves on its head should be a big enough sign and a big enough difference. We've maybe beaten 5 or 6 now. That might be like 6 or 7. And then that might be 7 or 8, but I won't just spend this stream counting. You found it fitting to be a bead Pokemon, given that you learned it from a bead voice. Yeah, no, that's funny, yeah. It's a good method. That's like that. At first, I didn't really get the point of the outbreaks because I was like, oh, this just seems kind of slow. But if you kind of like max out their shiny odds, let's just call that like 10 and 11. If you max out the like shiny odds and then you do the like despawn respawn kind of methods, it is very good, and it kind of does become. It just depends on where you're spawning everything in. So like the other day I said I had like a Mabostiff outbreak. I said we had a Mabostiff outbreak, and like, but the problem was is that they just didn't spawn in a very good place. Like only, I don't know, about like half a dozen would spawn at a time. Whereas like this place for Steenies is quite nice because look, there's like a bunch here, and then it's like, oh look, there's like a bunch over there. That Venonat isn't at all throwing me off because it's like purple. But still, the general idea that, hang on, wait, is that Kamala asleep? I'm sure that had ZZZZZs above its head. And the whole point of Kamala is that it, like, kind of can't go to sleep / it's always asleep. Anyway, Buck. Again, I really should be counting these, but that's probably something like 13 or something like that. But yeah. I've probably beaten about like 15 of these. Again, you want to, if you can count, it's good. You only really sort of need to count once you get to the... There we go. So the number of Steenie in the outbreak is starting to go down. So we've beaten at least like 20, right? So that's say like, oh, like, well, that's like at least 21. And then it's like, this is going to be like at least 22 in a second. And then, but yeah, you want to get to that 60 and then, you know... But if you're in an area where they all spawn nicely, where you can get a good, like, 15 or so of them around you, the picnic method's really good. If you're in an area where they you don't get many spawn in one go, then the picnic method, like, isn't very good. Again, I really should be counting, but that's probably, like, another 4 or 5. That's probably, like, at least 5. And then that's, like, 6. And then... Kamala Khan. No, I like that, Andrew. That's a nice joke. That's a nice joke. And it's better than a Kamala Harris joke, just because she's not Kamala Harris, she's Kamala Harris. So nope, that works. I like that. That's a good. It's like, that's a good comic book joke there. Again, I really should be counting these, but I'm not. Okay. Let's see. Cats are fancy, you made it. Hello. Lovely to see you. Kevin says, like, you can't fall asleep if you're always asleep. That's the thing, it's the meme, isn't it? The, like, you know, the fingers to the temple meme. Like, Kamala's like, can't fall asleep if you're already comatose. Because I think that is its ability, right? Like, comatose or something like that. But it's kind of a thing. Oh, gosh. That was very aggressive. That was very aggressive. Get out of it, Tauros. Oh! Okay, so there are two things. So one, yeah, Armarouge is a Pokemon I, like, should have had on my team, but I got it confused with Ceruledge, and I thought Armarouge was, like, a physical fire ghost type kind of thing. Like, when it evolved, I was like, oh, isn't, like, the Scarlet one, like, a physical fire ghost? And then, like, I thought maybe they were, like, both fire ghost or something like that. So I was like, well, I don't want a fire ghost because my starter's going to be like a physical grass dark, and it just having like a ghost type on my team just doesn't. You don't really want a ghost type and a dark type on your team generally because it just. Oh, okay. Number of Steenie is getting lower. Okay, so there's message number 2. So okay, 1 Steenie. We do want to count now. Okay, 2 Steenie. We want to beat like say 10 to 15 because I don't know how many I've beaten. But, like, so that's, like, 3 and 4 and 5. Armarouge is good because it runs around. And 6. Here we go. And 7. So I then just had Talonflame instead, which is what I used in X and Y. And I didn't really like using a repeat Pokemon, but I was like, oh, well. But having, like, a special Fire Psychic type actually would have been, like, really good. And so I think that's like 11. And then like 12 and 13. So yeah, so I really regret not having an Armarouge in my team because it actually would have been perfect in my team. And maybe I should just get rid of my Talonflame and like keep this armor and get an Armarouge in or whatever. But this Armarouge is actually my raiding Armarouge. And so it doesn't even have any fire moves. It just has stored power, and it relies on stored power, which is a very effective raid boss strategy. I will in a second just say one thing that has happened this week, which is pretty cool. I've actually added a few more Pokemon that I use for raiding into my party because I discovered a couple of Pokemon that are like really good for raiding, and I'm like, oh, I should have been using them for raids, but I just like didn't for some reason. So okay, but look, as you can see, this is quite a good spot because we can see loads of Steenies here. So we'll save the game. I'm not even gonna make a sandwich just yet. I want to just see how effective. Oh, this isn't the best place because of how uneven the. Oh, hang on, but there's a more even space here. Hang on. Can we make a picnic here? Okay, there we go. Okay. Here we go. We got some Steenies. Here we go. Getting the Steenies. I just want to see how viable this spot is going to be for picnicking. Because if it's not really a great spot for Steenie hunting, then maybe we will find something else, but we'll see. I'm annoyed at how many other Pokemon are spawning here, though. That's the only thing. But this thing, we can clearly see them. We can clearly see their green leaves. I can't see any purple leaves. Please don't spawn in any purple leaves last second. Oh, you can't do picnics close to people. Can't do picnics close. Okay, there we go. Cat to Fancy asked, did everyone have a lovely Halloween? I'm not a Halloween or spoopy boy, so I will let you guys answer that question amongst the chat. Because I can't even remember what day Halloween was in terms of days I did things. Like, did I get any shinies that day? Did I play any games? Did I do any auditions? I can't remember. Halloween is really just another day for me. Like, it really is. It is the most not a... For me, Halloween is the most not a holiday of all the holidays. Like, literally, because, like, it's not a day off. I don't do anything for it. And yeah, that's kind of like my. Whereas like at least with the other holidays, like you get a day off, but Halloween, no, you don't get a day off Halloween. But let's see, horror movie. Zach watched horror movies. Tenchi replayed first half of Teal Mask. Xander had to work. Oh man. Well, then that really isn't a holiday. See, that's what I mean. It's not a holiday. Xander didn't get the day off. What kind of holiday lets make Xander work? What kind of holiday betrays Xander like that? Okay. So I think this could be viable. And actually, if we do this, I do have other grass types that I can hunt for as well. So maybe we will set up a grass sandwich in a second. I just want to check. That's a Kamala, right? This is a Kamala? Yeah, you're a Kamala. You thought you could hide from me, but you can't. Okay, so let's see. Steeny, Steeny, Steeny. It's a name you should know. Steeny, 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 but I forgot it. So anyway, Bark. But yeah, if you don't have Harbor Mystica, you can do this picnic method, where you just like spawn in and despawn and respawn and whatever. You can do it. A Fatima, hello, lovely to see you. Kramen also worked on Halloween. See, this isn't a real holiday. I don't mean that to insult you. Like, by the way, when I say I don't do Halloween, I'm saying like it's not like a real holiday. I don't mean that like sort of like you guys are idiots for celebrating it. No, I think it's a cool, fun thing. It's just not like for me. That's all. But I love that other people get so into it. But it's just not for me. But that's the thing. It's like, but it's not actually like a day off, so it's kind of like there. Okay, let's. All right, what we're gonna do? We'll save the game. We'll make our grass sandwich. Is it salty and sour? I want to say salty and sour is the, because I have a new grass type sandwich recipe. Yeah, salty and sour. Okay. That can work. The reason I make the new sandwich instead of one of my burger sandwiches is just because lettuce is such a pain in the butt to put on a burger sandwich. It just collapses. Okay. Salty, sour. We use our Kevin pick, and then we're good. Andrew, you just prefer Christmas compared to Halloween. Well, the thing as well is, you're based in England, and in England, like, Christmas is, like, such a big thing in England. Like, you know, like, that final week, like, barely anyone works. Oh, gosh. There we go. That's a tidy enough sandwich. You know, there's all the, like, Christmas television, and it's just really, you know, it's just such a big thing in the UK. So, you know, Christmas is just really, like, you know, the most wonderful time of the wheels on bus. So there you go. Cats are fancy. You like baking. Around this time of year. But that's what I mean. Like, when you get all this time off and stuff like that, you actually get, like, time to bake all this stuff as well. So I don't hate everything that brings you joy. I don't know. I sort of want to like Halloween, but I just kind of don't. It's just not for me for whatever reason, and that's okay. It's okay that it's not for me, and it's okay that it's brilliant for everyone else. But and I will just say this: I actually. Unfortunately, like this, what I'm about to say kind of doesn't really work, but I actually really like that kind of here in America, you've got like Halloween for October, Thanksgiving for November, and then Christmas for December. I actually really like that little trio of sort of holidays because it's sort of nice because it like breaks them up. It means you don't have to start doing Christmas in September. Which they kind of do a little bit in England. Okay, those Steeny all spawned in really, really quick. I'm going to just immediately despawn and respawn. So I actually really like Halloween in that regard, that it kind of like fends off Christmas. But the problem is, even here, you do get a lot of places like start doing Christmas stuff November 1st. And it's like, dude, this is America. Like, you got Thanksgiving still. Like, you actually have an excuse not to start doing Christmas stuff, you know? But it's like, but like, yeah, like, because even I've seen like a Christmas ad or two on YouTube in just a couple of days of November we've had, and you just hear that like ding fuzz a dun, ding fuzz a dun, ding fuzz a dun, ding fuzz a dun music, and it's like, oh no, so yeah, but oh well, okay, let me. Oh, hang on, chat. We haven't done. Well, I was gonna say we haven't done emojis yet, have we? This is a really annoying shiny hunt to do at nighttime when everything has a sort of bluish hue to it. But chat, we haven't done emojis. So what do we need? What is like good for Serena? Or Steenie? I imagine some kind of like plant. If you can type in plant like purple and sparkles and stars, like maybe that's the what am I trying to say here? That's the magic formula. I think that was kind of what I was leaning towards. Christmas in July. Yeah, my mum for ages didn't realize. I mean, in fairness, I didn't really know this either, but I didn't like. My mum every year loved watching Christmas in July on the shopping networks, right? So she liked Christmas in July. She was like, oh, like in July, they always do this thing, Christmas in July, and they just have this day in July where they sell a load of Christmas stuff, and it's really nice, and da-da, right? So I kind of like knew about this, but I never really paid too much attention to it. But like she did. She would, she'd like kind of make the effort to flip over and watch it or whatever. But basically one day I kind of saw about it elsewhere. It was like Christmas in July is a thing. We're on the 25th of July. But, like, my mum had never said to me, like, oh, it's always on the same day or whatever. She was just always like, yeah, about this time of year, late July, they do, like, Christmas in July. But, like, no, it's the 25th of July. Like, that is the thing. It's Christmas, the 25th, in July. That's the bit. That's the, But she, like, never realized that. And I think I said it to her one day, and she was like, what? And I was like, yeah, it's the 25th every year. I was like, didn't you notice that? I was like, I mean, I never did, but I didn't watch it. But you did. Like, did you not always notice that it was on the 25th? And she was like, no. so that was a funny thing. Okay. But America is... But again, and I that's the thing I just generally love about America as well. It is chock full of holidays. You can barely go a calendar month without having some kind of holiday. And I think it's really good. I think it's really good that, like, every few weeks... Because America is a country where there's, like, an unhealthy work ethic. It's like the working week is, like, considered 40 hours a week instead of, like, 37 and a half or 35 or, 32 or something like that. So America has, like, a healthy... sort of overworking culture, but I do love that here in America they have holiday. There is some holiday every few weeks, kind of basically. You've got like Martin Luther King Jr. Day. There's like President's Day. There's like Labor Day and Thanksgiving and like Veterans Day is like actually like a holiday. And like Memorial Day is like a holiday, and I think and so they just have all these like actual holidays that, whereas in the UK, like if you're in the UK, you get like Christmas and New Year's off. There's Easter weekend, so you get like a 4-day weekend at Easter, and then there's like, and I always forget how many it is for what month, but I think it's like 2 in May and 1 in August, or 1 in May and 2 in August, but I think it's 2 in May. And one of them, in fairness, does, I think, coincide with like the Memorial Day or something like that. I can't remember. But like that's kind of it, so you kind of get like, you get a couple of things at the end of the year, which is really cool, but then you get nothing until like April, maybe March. You then get a couple of things in May, nothing until August, and then nothing until Christmas. And that's it. And I also love that all the American holidays, a lot of the American holidays are kind of like, they are very American and celebratory of America and like its history. And I really like that. So again, like something like President's Day, it's like, that's cool. It's like, it's the president. America has presidents. It's sort of celebrating the president and the like past and present, past and present. And then there's like Martin Luther King Day, like in honor of MLK and all his amazing work. And then, you know, and it's just like there's just loads of cool things, and I really like it. I know I've sort of talked about this before and gushed about it before, but like, you know, well done America. Because in the UK, again, like the holidays are sort of largely based around Christianity, which is like fine, but it's kind of like, you know, if you're not Christian, it's a bit weird that like aside from like a couple of days in May and one in August, and New Year's Day, everything is just kind of focused around Christianity, really. And the UK is not like a particularly Christian country in a lot of ways. But it's like very like there's a lot of stuff in the UK that's sort of structured around Christianity, but it's sort of more just in the logistics of Christianity rather than actual any like faith or practice. Iced Mocha, hi, how are the hunts? So our first one started badly because we couldn't find a good place to find the Pokemon we were looking for, but then we did get the two of the Pokemon we were looking for about a minute apart, which was absolutely brilliant. So now we're doing a spontaneous hunt for Steenie, because Steenie was an outbreak Pokemon, and it's one that I would kind of like and that might be hard to get otherwise. So we're doing a spontaneous Steenie hunt. And how long have we got? Okay, we've only been going 9 minutes though, so this is fine. I think this is as long as I don't press the wrong buttons, I think that this will be a good and successful hunt as well. Oh, so I wondered why everyone was doing 07 there for a second. I worried that I maybe like missed a shiny or something, but it's because I talked about presidents. Yes. But yeah. So yeah, America has a lot of holidays. The UK doesn't. The UK's are spread out awkwardly. But yeah. But that's the thing. But I like the American ones because they're sort of a celebration of like America's like history and America's accomplishments and American people who have had accomplishments and about the American people. Something like Labor Day I think is a really cool holiday, like celebrating just working people, the people who, you know, sort of make the world turn around, essentially. Is one of those shiny, or is that just poor lighting? That's just very poor lighting. Ugh, for the love of pizza. Okay, can I set up a table here, or is this too slanted? Okay, cool. Okay. Hang on, I'm just gonna read chat here for a sec. Fatima, where I live, I get a day off school every couple of weeks for a celebration I didn't even know about. Oh my gosh, wow. And then I want to see what Andrew... Hang on, because your girls are unique. Jingle Bell Rock is your favorite Christmas song. Mariah Carey is too addictive. I like the Mariah Carey one a lot. Let's just see. I just want to see... hang on, because I don't know what... There was a reply I saw. It was about, like... Andrew, mine is the very first Christmas SpongeBob. I guess that counts. I don't know what that's a reply to, though. I mean, it's a reply to your girls are unique, but I don't know what. Oh, your Christmas song of choice. Oh, okay, right. It's funny. I don't think there's like a SpongeBob Christmas special that I don't think I've ever seen, but it's like really old and really early or something like that. So, yeah, bit of a funny thing. Oh, Iced Mocha. Steenie was a troll for you because you were doing Teddy Ursa in that spot, and you saw Steenie's green hair, and you thought it was, oh, right, because it's like, because you were looking for a green bear, and you were like, oh, green! And yeah, so I've had that with a bunch of hunts where it's like, yeah, that thing's a similar color, and yeah. So have I found a shiny in a Terra Den before? No, I haven't, because I think those are just full odds, so I have never had... I've had some good Pokemon come out from raid dens before, like Masterpiece Sinischars and stuff like that. But I have not had a shiny from a raid den. And by the way, sorry, I was meant to say this earlier. I do apologize for not getting this in earlier. Earlier, I said I was going to talk about some of the raid Pokemon that I have been adding to my roster recently, my roster of raid battlers. But I can't start talking about my raid battlers until I talk about the not sponsor of this stream, Raid Shadow Legends. Yes, no, they are not sponsoring us this week, nor have they before, and nor will they probably ever. But okay. But that's okay, because instead I can just talk to you guys. See, the lighting! Why does this have to be at night? Gah, why did... Can the sun come up? Oh, I think the sun actually is coming up. That felt like it suddenly got brighter as soon as I said, "Can the sun come up?" But like, because a couple of those ones near the tree, they look less green, and they scare me. Every time Beau mentions a raid, a shadow gains its wings. Yes, Kevin. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Yeah, if this was during the day, this would be a lot easier. If this was during the day, and if it wasn't on a really weird slope, this would be a lot easier. But that's okay. That's okay. Okay. But yeah, it's just harder. Like, the green looks less green in this sort of blue nighttime, you know, sort of filtering of everything. It's very annoying. Okay, hopefully there are no shinies on screen. I always, like, look away from the screen when I begin setting up the picnic, because I'm always terrified of something spawning in as I'm, like, pressing the button. So if I look away, then if anything spawns, I didn't see it. And if I don't see a shiny, that means it didn't exist. And also a cat is going nuts, and I may have to go deal with him, because he's misbehaving. And we can't be having that. How long we got left? Okay, we're down to... Oh, only down to 17? I thought only a few minutes ago I said, like... that felt like 10 minutes ago. I was like, oh, okay, we've got 20 minutes left. Okay. So... But yeah, so I'll show off some of my new raiding Pokemon later, because they're really good. They're really good. There's one in particular that, again, I will talk about it in a few minutes, but we'll just see if we can get a shiny Steenie first. This is too slanted, right? Yeah. That's annoying. This is, like, so close to being a good place to outbreak hunt, but this is the problem with the picnic method. We're in a good spot where lots of them are spawning. That's nice, but the trees changing the color of them isn't very good, and then also just setting up and removing the picnic isn't good. That's why you do maybe want to do a couple of, like, spawns and despawns before you make a sandwich. So, like, beat your 60 Pokemon, then do a couple of, like, picnic table up, picnic table down, picnic table up, picnic table down. Sort of do those a couple of times just to see how viable, like, lifting up the picnic table is, seeing how many spawn in, and then you can kind of decide, okay, is it worth making a Herba Mystica sandwich? If the answer's yes, then go for it. If no, try another outbreak, or you can just try without a sandwich. But again, like I said, that Mabostiff I did the other day, that was like a waste of an attempt, really. I shouldn't have used a sandwich. I saved beforehand, so I, like, didn't waste any ingredients, but it was such, like, a slow shiny hunt, and it like, nothing happened, and yeah, just not really worth it. Okay, I can't see anything. I'm gonna look away, and then here we go. Random question: do any of y'all like Assassin's Creed? Your girls are unique task. So I myself, just for anyone interested, I played on the Wii U. I was able to get the third one and the fourth one very cheap. So Assassin's Creed 3 and Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. I was able to get them very cheap. And and I was sort of interested in them, and it was at a time where, I wanted to listen to more voice acting in video games, and, I had only really been playing, like, Mario and Zelda games, so, like, not very much voice acting in video games. So I was like, well, let's try Assassin's Creed. Like, it's supposed to be like, because I'd played Batman Arkham City, which I absolutely loved. So I was like, let's get something which, it's like, oh, people who like Batman Arkham City like Assassin's Creed 3 and 4. So I just got both games, and I really enjoyed 3. I found it really fun. I think maybe some people were like, it's not as good as like the previous one or whatever, but I was like, hey, I like this. And then I ended up enjoying 4 as well. And I maybe should get that collection of the Assassin's Creed 2 games, the Ezio collection, but I did hear the Switch version like wasn't very good or something, so I'm kind of like, and again, I don't really have the money and stuff like that, so I'm kind of like reluctant to. I mean, maybe someday I still might, like, if it's one of those things where it's like it's just okay, but it's not bad, it's just okay, then maybe someday I will pick it up cheap or something, when I have money and I'm like looking to expand my collection more. But again, as I sort of said, like right now I can't just buy every game that I'm mildly curious in, and I can't afford to get a game if it's going to end up being like bad or I don't really like it or whatever. I mean, I've already sort of got 1 or 2 Switch games where it's a bit like, yeah, should I have got that? So, but that's okay. So that's my answer to that question. But I haven't played any. So basically, I haven't played Assassin's Creed in like a decade, though. I played 2. I had a magical couple of months where I played 2 of them, loved it, and then I've never played one since. So, 3 is your favorite. Excellent. I loved 3. I kind of couldn't. I'm not sure if I could decide between 3 and 4. I think I liked 4's like gameplay more, and I liked the premise, but then it just didn't really have a whole lot of story and was a bit weird, like the story, kind of thing. Like it was a bit weird. They just didn't really sort of go anywhere or anything. But I liked 3. But I liked like there were like really good performances and characters in 3, and I think its story was probably a bit better and stuff like that. And again, because I like America and I was like sort of very interested in America, it was very cool kind of seeing all this stuff where sort of seeing like early America, like early colonial America kind of thing. Like that was just really cool. The other thing, one thing I'll say about Assassin's Creed as well, and forgive me if what I'm about to say sounds really dumb, and I will try and articulate this in a way where it sounds less dumb, but it is still probably a bit dumb. I know this sounds really weird, but so obviously I'm aware of like the concept of family trees and ancestors. I'm not that stupid. I'm an idiot, but I'm not stupid. But the thing that Assassin's Creed really got me thinking about, that I just never really thought of before. So I've always kind of thought of the idea of, like when you think of like ancestors and family trees and programs like Who Do You Think You Are, and at these ancestry websites and stuff like that, what you tend to think of, the way that we are kind of like told about that and framed about it, is you sort of think of, okay, so here's you, and here are your parents, and then each of your parents has parents, and each of their parents has parents, and the idea is you kind of like, and then you kind of go back and you follow people as far as records are detailed and whatever, and and you can probably go back a good few hundred years. Like most people can probably go back a good few hundred years, and that's the way that like sort of we tend to think about ancestors and ancestry and all that kind of stuff, and that's cool. But the thing that Assassin's Creed really drilled into my head, and again, I know that this is and again, forgive me if this sounds really dumb, I just never really thought about it in this profound of a way, because I think this is quite profound, but I had never thought that I could pick some point in history, right? Like, I could pick something like, like the year 0, like, somewhere, like, a baby named Jesus is born, or whatever kind of thing. You can pick any point in history. It can be like when Jesus is born. It can be like when the you know, like the Greeks ruled the you know, sort of like at their highest of heights, you know. Like when the Romans ruled everything, when, you know, like the Battle of Hastings in the UK, whatever it can be, right? Like King Henry VIII, whatever it is, you can think of any point in history in the world. That is not a shiny. That is just poor coloring, isn't it? Grr, this game and its lighting. The lighting will be the end of me. But you can pick any point in history. Again, this is more helpful if you don't think of American history, because America is just too young of a country. But if you think of an old country like England, and you think of, say, like, Battle of Hastings, 1066. This sort of pivotal point in, you know, sort of UK history. But you can think that there was some person alive back then. And maybe even, say, in my case, like, is that a shiny? That is a shiny! Woo! I should have saved first. Oh, crud. Woo! That was not as big a color difference as I would have liked. But okay, quick ball, let's go. Critical capture, please. Yes! Alright, let's go. But if you go 1066, but if you think of 1066, and because I'm from England, maybe even in England, but basically, in the year 1066, there was some human being alive on this planet, or I mean, even like a pair of human beings, but there was like a pair of human beings who were alive in like 1066 who, you know, got together. And how do I put this in a way that doesn't get me demonetized? I'll put it in the Futurama way. It did the nasty and the pasty, and they had a child, and then that child then met someone and had a child, and that person met someone and had a child, and they had a child, and they had a child, they had a child, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and like, and so on and so forth, until you get to the point where, like, I exist here today, playing a Pokemon game, catching shiny Steenies, and it's like, that's just, and again, I'd always kind of thought of ancestry as like looking at me and then working back. I had never thought about that until Assassin's Creed, about this idea that you can, sorry, that one looked shiny as well. I had never thought of this idea that you can go back to any point in you can go back to any point, literally any point, and think that there was some person alive who met someone and had a child, and then had a child or had a child who then went on to have a child, who then went on to have a child, who then went on to have a child, who then went on to have you. And it's like, that is such a nuts concept. I know it's the way that, like, and I know it's kind of like, well, yeah, of course, like, you know, like, everyone has to be born, and so it means that, like, anyone who birthed you had to be birthed from someone, and they had to be birthed from someone. Like, I'm not that stupid. I get that concept. It was like, wait, like, people were born in the past? Like, no, I know that. But it's just this idea that you really can pluck. You can pluck any moment from human history, and you can think that there was some person who was alive. Maybe they were in the throes of it. Maybe they were completely at a distance from it, but who had a child, who then had a child, and had a child, and had a child, and it led to you. And it's one of the reasons why, like, although it doesn't always feel like it, we are all miracles. Like, if you kind of think, like, again, I came from the UK, and I'm probably, like, I am probably as Caucasian, like, as they come in terms of ancestry and stuff like that. And like, you know, but it's just this wild thing where, you know, like, again, so I probably just had ancestors in, like, England for, like, a very, very, or the UK at least, for, like, a very, very, very long time, and that, you know, through things like, you know, like the plague in Europe and all this other stuff, and again, all these wars and, you know, and stuff that happened, you know, World War II, World War One, you know, intercontinental European wars and whatever, like. But, like, you know, all these times there was someone who was alive and who survived long enough to, you know, have a child, and they have a child, and then the child is born from that. And it's a really, it's a really weird thing when you think of it as, you know, again, I think we do tend to think of ourselves and then go back, but it's like, no, you can just pick some point back, like some random point in the past, and then work forward. And I'd never thought of ancestry that way until Assassin's Creed. I had never thought of, because I was like, wow, these games could do anything. These games could just pick any period in time and be like, because they have an ancestor and they have an ancestor and they have an ancestor. I mean, now they don't really focus on the ancestry part of it so much, from what I can tell. They just focus on the whole, like, oh, there are assassins and there are Templars and they've existed throughout history. But when there was like the whole sort of Desmond style thing of like, oh, you kind of connect to an ancestor and you know, and you kind of live through your ancestors' experiences or whatever. That was just, I was like, whoa, I'd never thought of like ancestry, sort of flipped it around that way before. And that was kind of a wild and eye-opening thing. I'm going to catch up on chat for a second, because I have not really looked at chat for a few minutes, and people seem to be talking about ancestry and history a lot, and I want to see what people are saying about that, so hang on. So let's see. If only Genshin could come to Switch. Yeah, that'd be pretty good. I'd do more streams if that happened. Connor was great, though. I liked Connor. Let's see. Hang on, let's see. So, okay, people were happy about the shinies, and then what I'm taking away from this is that the Battle of Hastings directly led to Beau being born. I mean, maybe. But that's the thing. But say if like my ancestor did just like live throughout England, like they, you know, they either didn't get evolved in it, or they survived it, or they lived long enough or timed things well enough to go through it or whatever. So at some point in the future, our ancestors will think about us at this point and have their mind blown as well. Yeah, you know. That's the thing. People could be like, wow, like on January 6th, there was some person who was alive and they had a kid and they had a kid. And January 6th is like one of the biggest things. You know, well, there are, you know, 2001 obviously would be a big one as well. But, you know, sort of these big moments in our current history are, you know, or like landing on the moon, that's kind of close to us. So, but yeah, so it's an interesting and weird way to think about it. But hang on a sec. Okay, so I think that's kind of about it. But so I have not done UK history for a long time. I'm very out of the loop with UK history, and I can't really remember how much, if anything, I was really ever taught about Battle of Hastings. But to my knowledge, so Battle of Hastings 1066, I think basically, and Andrew, if you know more about this, like please feel free to jump in and correct me. But I think sort of TLDR Battle of Hastings was kind of part of the sort of battle / kind of war that kind of resulted in what I would call as like the formation of the modern royal family, if that makes sense. I know that sounds weird, but basically, like, so basically in 1066, the sort of the winner of, like, you know, that kind of like fighting was like William the Conqueror, or William of Orange, William the Conqueror. I think they're the same person. Forgive me if I've confused two entirely different people called William, but I think it was William of Orange is definitely, I'm 99% sure is correct. But I think William the Conqueror is like the same thing as well. But there's William of Orange, and he kind of like, you know, won, and I believe he basically kind of became like the leader and ruler of England, and I think basically he is kind of like the sort of the ancestor of like the modern monarchy or line of the monarchy that the UK has to this day. If that's correct, is that correct? or have I just made up a load of stuff? But I think basically he is kind of the monarch from whom. So basically, he sort of won this war, became leader of England, and then basically he is like the ancestor of, you know. So like all the, you know, so if you're sort of, you know, you're like your King Henry VIII and Queen Elizabeth, and then like, you know, going through all the like sort of those kind of people, and then like your Queen Victoria, and then your and then you move up to like our, you know, our sort of our modern recent Queen Elizabeth, and then now King Charles. But like they all kind of descend from William of Orange. I think that's correct. I could be horribly wrong. Take what I've just said with a pinch of salt. William, Duke of Normandy. I think William of Orange was one of his like names, though, right? Right. I kind of because then I'm not sure because that's thing. Sometimes people get like lots of names. Like one thing that does confuse a lot of people. It doesn't confuse me, luckily. But for example, King James the First of England, King James the First, King James the First, he was like King James the Sixth of Scotland. So what I mean by that is, so basically, the first King of England called James, right? Before he was the King of England, he was the King of Scotland. But in Scotland, he was the sixth Scottish king named James, if that makes sense. So there was a bloke in Scotland who was king, called James, and he was the sixth Scottish bloke to be called king. To be called James, who was king, right? So there had been 6 Scottish blokes who had all been king, but then the guy who was the 6th James of Scotland, kind of thing, the 6th King James of Scotland, he then went on to become the first King James of England, if that makes sense. And so like sometimes it's kind of so he's like a King James the 6th and a King James the First, like simultaneously. So like sometimes people just have all these like titles and names, and it's very like confusing to know like who's who. But yeah. So there you go. Okay, so I think our sandwich probably is done now. Yeah, our sandwich is done now. But here's the thing. The outbreak isn't done. So shall we kind of like... What we'll kind of do here... hang on, we'll just check where the actual outbreak is taking place. So we're done with the sandwich. We're done with the outbreak. I don't know which one of these... I think you were the outbreak. So let's just put a flag on you. What we'll do... What we'll do here, right, is... We'll keep knocking out Steenies to, like, spawn and respawn and despawn them and stuff like that. And we'll kind of keep, like... We'll kind of do a couple of extra picnics and stuff as well. And then... But what we'll do, we'll kind of, like, end this mass outbreak. Like, we won't just leave this, because we've done all this effort to get all these, like, high probabilities of Steenies to appear. So we'll kind of... So what we'll do, we'll get Armarouge to just keep wailing on them. And then if Armarouge runs out of Steenies to wail on... Okay, there's not many Steenie left from the original outbreak. So we'll kind of like do a reset. Professor Beau, may I use the restroom? You are excused. Anyone else? No, we're good. If you get that reference, let me know. Well, Xander will know it. Xander, like, I didn't do a voice there, but I still think Xander will know that reference. I feel confident Xander will know that reference. And anyone else who is a fan of the thing that I know Xander is a fan of. Okay. So, let's see what we got here. We got Venonets and Steenies and all kinds of stuff. Okay. So, yeah, I was a bit too old for the horror... Like, when I was a kid, Horrible Histories were just, like, books. But then the TV show became very popular. But I was, like, a bit too old for the show. And didn't sort of end up watching it by the time it came out, but I remember it had a bunch of people who you'd see on like adverts and stuff like that. Like you'd see them in like adverts in the UK, and so you know, so I would kind of see. So I would kind of if I ever did watch like a couple of minutes of a Horrible Histories, I'd be like, oh, that's the bloke from like the phone advert or whatever, which is quite funny. So okay, Tenchi gets it too. Okay, good. For those who didn't know, it was an Emperor's New Groove reference. I won't spoil the moment, but it's a funny one. Okay, let's see what we got here. Steenies. But yeah, this wasn't the best example of a picnic hunt. But hey, we still, even though we were kind of disadvantaged because we're like on a hill, you know, where we can't like set up a picnic, boo. We still got a shiny, which I'm pretty pleased with. So we're up to 3 shinies in about like an hour and a half. I'm pretty happy with that. But now what we got to do is we got to figure out what shiny we're gonna go for next, don't we? I'll check my list. I think though maybe, although it won't be like the best sandwich hunt because it's also another one that will be on a hill. And thus it'll be really hard. We won't be using a picnic method, but it'll be on a hill, so it'll just be really hard to like see what's going on. But there's a part of me wondering, chat, should we try and hunt for shiny Frigibacks? Should we try and get shiny Frigibacks? I think I put it in the thumbnail for a start. But I think maybe it's time we finally try and go for shiny Frigibacks. They'll have a Pokemon Go community day for it someday, so I kind of really don't need to go for shiny Frigibacks. But like, but it might still be, it might be an interesting thing to do. I don't know how good a hunt it will be. I'd kind of like to look at other Pokemon. What did I have in the thumbnail? I had Cryogonal. I had Mudbray. Oh, I had Electros. Electros sucks, but maybe we'll go for that in like a double downing kind of way. You know, sort of like a double downing, you know, expression of my frustration. Oh, is that a, oh. And then, the thing about Frigibacks is, if we can get a good camera angle, it will actually be easy to tell them apart. Like when you know what to look out for, the little arm things, it should be quite easy to spot. The thing I'm concerned about is just camera angles on like those really steep mountains. If I can't find a good spot where they spawn that isn't, say, nice and flat and whatever, I'm just concerned I'm not going to be able to spot them easily because of like crummy camera angles. Do you know what I mean? If I'm like running around like this and there's like, oh no, there's like hills and mountains and it's like doing all this. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm concerned about with Frigibacks. I used to be worried about Frigibacks worrying about like, oh no, what if I can't spot the difference? But it's got the little things on its arms that are like a completely different color and that will be really easy to spot. So I don't think it will be too much of an issue in that regard. But it's just, I'm worried about like the steepness of the hills and the awkwardness of all that. But so yeah, exactly. Ice Smoker. The only bad thing about Frigibacks is the weather, because the deep snow really obscures the view of everything. That's my concern. Like it might be a better one for me to do off stream, but at the same time, we don't need to try and get like 3 of them today. We could just try and get like 1, and then if we get 1, I'll be like, okay, I'm happy with that, and you know, and then we can move on and get like an extra Jangmo-o, or we could try and get a Goomy, or something like that. So no, Steenie's still going. Why are there still Steenies? I kind of want to move on now. I kind of want to move on from these Steenies. But yeah, I just wanted to see if like we could maybe get like 1 extra Steenie, 1 extra Steenie, because we only need like 1 more really, because you know, this is a middle stage evolution, so we only need 2 of them. But yeah, okay. Come on, I want to get rid of these Steenies now. Steenie is probably a pretty good Pokemon to say in a Kronk voice.
Oh yeah, Steenie. Hey, Steenie.
But there you go. Okay. Let's see. Come on, beat all these Steenies. I just want the. We'll just go get Frigibacks in a sec. But I want to. I need to like look up the locations that it appears in the most or the best or whatever. Come on, just give me there aren't many Steenies left from the outbreak or whatever. Although now I'm not looking at my phone because now I'm trying to look for the Frigibacks. Okay, so let's look up Frigibacks. Okay, the Pokemon have from the outbreak have dispersed. Excellent, well done, good job, Armarouge. So let's go down. That is. Oh, that's because it's a. Oh, that's why the sprite looked so nice, because it was a Sword and Shield sprite or model. Okay. Sword and Shield models are better than the Scarlet and Violet ones. That's my my Flynn Rider being surrounded by swords opinion. Okay. So no one wants to admit Sword and Shield are good games, but I will all day, baby. Okay, so... Okay. They are supposedly everywhere. So, okay. What we'll do... Here's what we'll do. Yes, Joe from Family Guy is the same as Kronk from Emperor's New Groove. But that's the thing. It's not the most I know this sounds weird. It's not the most recognizable thing, just because they're two such very different performances. So that is kind of why you're like, you know, why I would understand if someone had never really connected the dots that like they're the same things. Whereas, I mean, sorry, this is where I. You know, but there's I won't like name names, but there are some characters and roles and stuff like that where it's kind of like largely just like the same performance again kind of thing. Like someone will kind of just do like the same performance twice, even for two characters which maybe kind of should be more different, but like they're just not really that different. And yeah, so where you kind of like you immediately recognize that it's you know, like, oh, this other person or whatever. Okay, so there's our Mastiffs. Oh, let's evolve one of our Mastiffs. Intimidate. We'll get the Intimidate one. Okay, so let's... Hang on, we'll give you... Oh, do these need to, like, evolve at nighttime or some nonsense? Hang on. Or do they just level up? Let me check. Mastiff. Cerebi. Nope, just level 30. Okay, nice. Excellent. That's just what we needed. Okay. Let's Mastiff wants to learn Bite. Like, yeah, sure, whatever. Don't really care. But yeah, Patrick Warburton just has a super recognizable voice. But I would get if like for Joe and Kronk, like if someone didn't immediately connect the dots just for like those two particular ones. If you've heard him in, like, he's been in so many things that you'd kind of eventually recognize him enough and probably then recognize him. You know, you'd kind of like hear, like, if you heard him in like 4 different things, oh, well, that's not what I said. If you heard him in like 4 different things, you would probably then equate him in a whole bunch of them. But if you had only heard like just those 2, like I'd get it. I'd get it. His performances are very iconic at this point. Anyone else? Anyone excited for Indigo Disc to release? Yes, I am. I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, can you see how Mabostiff, like, does it look different? Yes. Is it really that noticeable? Not really. Like, if you hadn't looked at a Mabostiff for a while and you just showed someone this, they'd be like, yeah, it's a Mabostiff. You wouldn't necessarily think like, oh, hang on, that's a whole different color, you know. They're normally kind of like a brownish gray, not a purplish gray, you know, whatever. The user retaliates with much greater force against the foe. Oh, this is like the counter, isn't it? It's like counter, but doesn't matter whether they use physical or special moves. That's pretty cool. I like that. I like that. Okay. Oh yeah, depending on how the starters are going to be released into the game, because that's the thing, they might not necessarily be sandwich huntable, but if they are, that's going to be pretty broken. So yes, but no, Indigo Disc is going to be really cool. Okay, so we're gonna try and hunt for Frigibacks. Azumarill will get in there. I think I am gonna maybe just get an Armarouge and replace my Talonflame with it, and sort of, you know, have the Pokemon that I always should have had. Okay, so, but let's, I don't know. Let's make a sandwich and let's make a sandwich and let's eat it and let's hunt for some dragons, shall we? Okay, so picnic. Oh wait, we can't do picnics. Oh, for the love of Pete, so I just remembered. Oh, it's gonna even be hard to make a sandwich here because there's like no flat ground. Hang on a minute. Hang on, I gotta figure out where I'm gonna make my sandwich because you can't make a sandwich in a town. Is this gonna be flat enough? Or is this going to be like, oh, it's too slopey? Yes! Okay, this worked. Okay. Make a sandwich. Right. Tomato, onion, green pepper, avocado. Burger. And then, ooh, what kind of avocado do we want, though? Do we want spicy? No, this is gonna be. Let's do salty. Let's add salt to our avocado. There we go. Okay. So we're gonna go tomato. Oop, tomato. We're gonna get the burger. And then we're going to go avocado. We're going to put these on the left side because they're just kind of facing that way, really. There we go. And then, actually, no, I'm going to put the onion on the burger, I think, and then do the green pepper here. We'll put the bread way, way, way away. Now, I'm pretty sure I saved 50 bajillion times, but if I didn't, then we're screwed. Laura Thierry, hi! Onion. Yes. So, okay, so... there we go. Okay. So... right, so we've got the power of dragons. Right, so what we're going to do now is we have to find a good spot where dragons actually are going to spawn. Oh, well. Or they're just going to be... so, see how they got these little yellow flaps coming off them? That's what we're going to be looking at today. Okay? Oh, Grievard. So basically, we're going to go up close to them. We're going to look. We're going to be like, yellow flap. We're going to be like, yellow flap. They are sort of like... hang on, I'm just going to bring one up. Hang on. Where is... do I have a Frigibax on here? No, I do not. Okay, well, that sucks. Hang on. Let me go back to Cerebi then. Frigibax. I'll make that bigger. There we go. Now, they should be sort of like light blue in color as well. So they should be like an icy light blue in addition to having their little yellow things. Their little yellow things will just be like white instead or something. But again, I don't trust the body colors on this game enough. Having the right saturation. But look, I'm like zoomed in all the way and like they're so tiny, guys. They're so tiny. They are tiny. Look at how tiny they are. They are just the tiniest little dragons who ever lived. Okay. Let's see though. I Probably should have checked those ones that are off to the right, but I didn't, and they're probably all despawned now. So I would like to think we would be able to recognize them. Oh, this is nice and flat. I'd like to think that we could recognize them by that blue color instead of the gray color. But look, there are like shadows over here. Oh, there's, you know, just this whole thing. Actually, we can get Iron Hands here to just kind of wail on a bunch of them. I'm kind of interested in this idea of maybe just like we run over here a little bit and check a bunch of them. And then... Right. Nope. And then we'll run back. Oh, now I don't know where I'm going. Yeah, it's just like the sun and the lighting and stuff here. But this little flat area, this could be quite nice. It's not terrible. But then again, hardly any spawned here, so that kind of makes my point for me, really. But come on. It'd be pretty cool. If we got a Frigibax really quickly, then I would definitely try and go for like another one. Although maybe we'll just go for like all Frigibaxes on this particular hunt. I am so scared if they like spawn near an edge and fall off a ledge or some nonsense. Okay, we'll be going down the mountain. Yes, we will. We'll be going down the mountain. Yes, we will. The other thing about this as well is we're not spawning in that many of them. I don't know if there is a good spot where like a whole bunch of them will spawn in, but this is a very kind of like one at a time type of spawn. And I would rather have a 15 at a time kind of spawn. But we'll just have to see, won't we? This little area looks good. I like this little area. This little area is pretty neat. Seen quite a few of them here. Little yellow floppers. We'll call them the floppers because they kind of flop around. Little yellow floppers. See, like this one looks so dark, and it's like, why does this one look dark? You know, it's just weird. This game and the lighting and stuff. Like, I don't want like super ultra realistic lighting in my Pokemon games. I just want everything to look the color it's supposed to look. Or to just be less impacted by things like, oh, nighttime and daytime and whatever. But oh well. Anyway, Bark. I do think we should be able to tell by the body color, but I'm just so afraid that we're not going to be able to. Let me just check chat for a sec. Ryan, hello. Lovely to see you. At least the Frigibax turn to you really quickly. That is true as well, Iced Mocha. Like, cause some Pokemon are terrible at like turning around and showing you the body part that you need to see or whatever. So I totally agree. Yeah, Frigibax seem to be really good at like showing me the yellow floppers. So that's good. What is the hardest shiny to hunt, and why is it Flabebe? Because Flabebe is tiny and you can't see its eyes, and there are loads of flowers wherever Flabebes are, and Charcadet is actually quite easy. In fact, I was almost tempted to... We might even do a Charcadet shiny hunt today, because I got a shiny Charcadet the other day, and I was like, oh, that was actually quite easy. So Tynamo is definitely one of the worst. Before the DLC, Tynamo would have been what I would deem the worst one, because like it's in the water and it's like hard to tell apart from its other one. But yes, okay, right, 3, 2, 1. Which way are we going here? I was kind of heading this way, but it's like, do I really want to walk away from... Yeah, this is what I'd say the biggest problem with this particular shiny hunt is, that we're... You're not shiny, eh? We're only, we are only spawning, like, one at... We are kind of, like, spawning, like, one at a time, and not, like, you know, several at a time. Oh, thank you. Having, like, a big light source next to the Pokemon in a game with poor lighting. That's wonderful. Thank you, Primate. Just what I needed. No, it's okay. Don't be sarcastic, Beau. Okay. So, but yeah, so we're not encountering as many of these as I would like, but hey, it's better than nothing. Okay, but again, these all look grey. I kind of want to go from the greyness in addition to the little yellowness, to be honest, because the yellow things are quite small and hard to look at, whereas from a distance I can be more like, you look grey, you know, rather than being like, oh, and there's the yellow. If it's a thing I can help. Like, these are grey. You're all grey. It's nice when you do, and one of the things about spawning lots is, at the same time, if you can spawn in, like, you know, the sort of like little clusters of 5, like if you have Pokemon where they spawn in groups of 5, that's really good, because then when one is different from the others, you can much more easily tell. You know, whereas if you just get a Pokemon that's like standing there by itself, it's not always easy to tell if it's like different from a typical one. Whereas if you've got like a group of 5 and one of them looks different than the others, then you kind of know, like, oh, okay, that's shiny. Like right away, you know, like, oh, that's shiny, that's shiny. Okay, so come on, Frigibags, come on, Frigibags, Frigibags, Frigicomebacks. Wheels on bus. Okay. So like those two look the same, you know, like they're standing right next to one another. They look the same. This one looked kind of weirdly darker than the rest. I don't know why. It'd be nice if we found a shiny in a sec, so that I could just like see how different they look, and then I know how much to focus on the yellow things or not. But we'll have to see. I'm actually gonna do a little bit of the old Picnicarino here, because this is nice and flat. Are you planning to? Oh. Oh, I got Finneon from Legends Arceus, because that was, well, aside from the fact that it was hunting on the water, which sucks in Legends Arceus, like, so bad, I got Finneon and Luminion pretty easily from Legends Arceus in the end. As easily as hunting for something on the water is in that game. The one thing I will give to Arceus about like hunting for something on the water is it's probably a bit easier to find the thing, a specific particular thing you want in the water in Arceus than it is in Scarlet and Violet. Just because in Scarlet and Violet, you know, if you create a water sandwich and then you go out onto the water, it doesn't really, like, you know, it's just, well, everything can be shiny now because like everything here is a water type. So for Pokemon like Finneon and Luminion, where it's like they're pure water types and they only appear in like the ocean, it's kind of hard to isolate them in some way. Whereas at least in Arceus, you will get things like outbreaks and stuff like that. But in this game, you can get outbreaks too, but it's harder to manipulate them or reset for them or whatever, you know. In Arceus, you do need to, like, you know, you do need to reset for, like, outbreaks, but it is a thing you can do. Okay, let's see what we got here. Loads of little Frigibaxes. I am worried that we're not going to get this one, though, just because I don't think the numbers of these guys that we're spawning are, like, quite high enough. Quite as high as they need to be. But again, I mean, I could be proved wrong. We could just run around and in a second run into, and this thing, we've only been going 9 minutes, so, and in fairness, like, we're definitely running into more of these little dudes, more than I had anticipated, to be honest. I was genuinely worried you know, there'd be like places they just wouldn't really spawn, even though they can supposedly spawn all over the mountain. I was just worried that they wouldn't really spawn a whole lot, but I wish they had different colored eyes, though, because different colored eyes are usually one of the easiest ways to tell these things, and it's not. I really want to turn around as well, because I preferred the little flat areas we were on, than the ones we are in now. Little Frigibex. Little Frigibex. Okay, let's have a look. I'm just gonna catch up on chat for a sec. Oh, Iced Mocha, you like your shinies in like proper like sort of regular Pokeballs and not the strange balls. Fair enough. Fair enough. Luminion's cry is similar to Crickettune's. I know what you mean when you say that. Yeah, I'm not like too worried about the Pokeballs they're in. I mean, I like them to be something kind of fitting or whatever, but if I get something in a quick ball, I mean, I like quick balls, so I don't have any issue with quick balls. You look different, but I don't think you are. But for a second, you looked different. Let's see. So I like quick balls. If I have to get something in a repeat ball, I prefer the not having a heart attack of just getting the Pokemon versus trying to, you know, limit my ability to actually catch it because of the Pokeball. I know you can do things like save beforehand, but I never like the idea of relying on that. I always do it. Like, I always will, like, you know, I usually do tend to save, like, as soon as I counter a shiny Pokemon, I'm like, right, save the game, so that if you don't catch it, you'll catch it. In this game, it's a bit harder to do that, though, ironically. Like, people love Arceus because it's like, oh, the Pokemon chase after you and stuff like that. It's like, in this game, I have had far fewer times in this game to like save before catching a Pokemon. Like in Arceus, I would always save the game before getting a Pokemon. In this game, I get so many shinies where like I just don't get the chance to do that because it's like they're so quick or they run into you. They're like so aggressive. I just don't even get the chance. So we're getting weird like sunset light where everything's gonna be very yellowy. Don't like that. I don't like it. Okay. Also, these things... Hang on. Do your cry. Do your cry. Their little cry sounds like a TIE fighter from Star Wars or something. Like that sort of screech, that lasery screech. Oh, well, they do it whenever I walk away. There's like some little screech I keep hearing, and it sounds sort of like that, that you hear, but... Okay, so I do desperately need to have a drink. There it is again, the screech! I don't know if it's the Frigibaxes or not. No, don't run off the edge, my little dude. I mean, you have yellow arms, so I suppose, you know, it's fine if you do, but you looked yellow. I kind of forget sometimes to look for the yellow because I'm kind of beginning to wonder if the... Oh, now the yellow's showing up nice and clearly because of the light, funnily enough. Hang on, I just want to check. Speaking of the sun, for those in America, tonight is daylight savings. Yeah, clocks go back tonight here in America. They went back in England a week ago. But yes. Oh, maybe the screeching I can hear is something I can actually hear IRL, because now I can hear a bunch of weird screeching. But I think that screeching is just mixing in with the screeching I can hear in the game. Okay. Oh, you look... No, you're yellow. Okay. Again, if anything's under a tree, it's a completely different color, and so it's hard to see. I gotta utilize the camera a bit more as well. Like, I gotta run in front of them a bit more. Okay. Come on, come on, come on. Where are you, my little fridgy dude? My little fridgy dude. My little fridgy dude. Okay. Okay. yellow. Is this just gonna be one of those streams where for the next 20 minutes I just go like yellow, 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 yellow? No, I won't. No, but we need to think about something to talk about instead of the color yellow, though. Oh, you were excited. So cute. Yeah, it'd be nice. I just wish I knew what, like, the, I wish I knew how different the color is going to appear. The other thing as well, though, is because the color is constantly changing because of the ever-changing day-night cycle, you know, it's like, well, now we're getting sort of like a bluish... We had like a bluish pinky hue for like 2 seconds there because the sky was pink. But then now we're back to like... now, though, we're back to like, okay, everything's kind of like blue or whatever because it's nighttime. But I don't want that. But I'm hoping because it's nighttime, that means that it will show up a bit better. If it's more lightly colored instead of gray, maybe it will show up better in like the evening light or whatever. Turn around, Neville. Okay. Turn around, Neville. Okay, there we go. Yes, my friend. Turn around. Okay. We're not running into as many of these as I would have liked. But that's thing, see, but I can't run around on Koraidon because it's going to be too fast and make the camera zoom out too much and stuff like that. And I don't want that. I got to be able to see it. Right, let's see. Yellow, 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 yellow. Oh, items. Oh, an ice stone. Well, now we have to catch a shiny. If we found an ice stone. Oh, crud, yeah, we didn't do emojis. Yes, dragons and ice cubes and sparkles. Put them in the chat. Because I forgot to ask. Yes, that's why we haven't had a shiny yet, because we haven't done emojis. Yes, dragons, Yoshis, and, like, sparkles and stars, sparkles, dragons, Yoshis, and ice cubes. Yes, yes. Thank you for reminding me of that, Tenchi. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Nope. What about you? Nope. Oh, hang on. That one looks lighter. But I think that's just the light. Oh, that's just the light. These two look completely different colors. You're definitely not shiny, are you? Wait, hang on. This one is shiny, though. No, it's not. Wait, no, I can't tell. No, that's just regular. Dang it. Sorry. Getting my hopes up. They all look shiny. Like that one in the background there. You look shiny. You looked shiny a second ago. Like they all look different colors now. Like whatever's going on with the nighttime sky. Like even though they're all standing near one another, they're looking like different. Oh, I'm really gonna just have to hone in on that yellow now, I think. Ugh. I also don't know if it's this TV that shows different colors. I think it's why part of why I do like shiny hunting on the handheld, because in handheld I just have like the nice OLED screen. Everything is shown very, very clearly. Whereas on the TV, you know, it's not. It doesn't come up quite as clearly or as well or whatever. So like that one at the back there looks really light. Like these two look grey, but then this little dude here at the back looks really light in comparison. But he's not. He's as grey as they are as soon as you get up close to him. But it's just, it's hard to tell. Okay. Man, yeah, when they do those little jumps in excitement, they and they make their little noises. They sound like the little fighters. Okay. Speaking of reminders, remember to like the video. Yes, like and subscribe and ring the bell. Hang on, let's just see what we got. Okay. Are you shiny? No. Are you shiny? No. I can see yellow. Are you shiny? No, because I can see yellow. Are you shiny? No, because I can see yellow. Are you shiny? No, because I can see yellow. Are you shiny? No, because I see yellow. So I won't say it for every single one, but this is the nightmare of... This is the headache you can get into while shiny hunting. Some shiny hunts are better and more fun than others, guys. And some just kind of suck. This one's like somewhere in the middle, where there are aspects of it that are really good, but then aspects of it that suck. Come on, little Frigibacks. These all look grey. I don't see any that look like blue, like an ice blue instead of grey. But it's hard to tell. Oh, so earlier I mentioned about Mario Kart because we said about we're looking for. So I don't know if anyone said they got WarioWare or not, but people were excited for the DLC for Pokemon, which is cool. Do we have anyone who is excited for the final Mario Kart DLC? I thought they looked like some good tracks and stuff like that. And I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm glad we're getting new characters. That's always fun. And now it's sad that this will kind of be the end of Mario Kart 8. Unless it isn't the end of Mario Kart 8, and they end up just doing a bunch more, because they could totally just end up doing that, couldn't they? And then the Switch would just keep going on forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. And the next day, 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 and the next day. So this is now me just sort of saying like yellow, 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 but the next day, and 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 the next day. I apologize if you're literally just tuning into the stream and you think that something is broken. Nope, just my brain. Okay, let's see. You're yellow, you're yellow, you're yellow, you're yellow. But I mean, that's in Mario Kart 8 though is like 10 years old now though. If you include the Wii U version, you know. So it's just, I don't know. It's been a wild ride. It's been a wild, wild ride. And it would just be interesting to see what. I'm so eager to see what like the next Mario Kart will be like, because that will absolutely and definitely, the next Mario Kart will absolutely and definitely be like a day one release for the next Nintendo console, you know, like that, because if this game has been like the best selling and, you know, thing on the Switch, and like it's kind of a thing that's really, 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 you know, done so brilliantly, they would be fools not to make sure that, you know, Mario Kart is not a very, very, very early part of the next system's lineup. And these two look different. Hang on. Nope. Just the lighting. Just the lighting. Ugh. Okay. So anyway, Buck. So they definitely want to have Mario Kart on the next system. And they've probably been like developing it for like a long, long time, you know, just like secretly whirring away in the background, preparing and holding it back till that next console. Like they don't want to release a new Mario Kart because this one's still doing well. But when you got that next console, you want to get that new Mario Kart along with it. And that's going to be like their plan. But it's going to just be interesting seeing what it's going to be like. Because it's like, well, how much or how little are they going to change up the gameplay? How much, you know, are they gonna like improve the single player experience or whatever? Like it's just it's gonna be interesting to see. It's gonna be really interesting to see how they handle it and how they tackle it and how they do everything with it. 7 minutes. Oh, chat, this isn't good. If we don't get Frigibacks, should we go for my doubling down Pokemon, Electric? Should we go for Electric if we don't get a shiny here? If we get a shiny here, then we'll figure out an easy one. But should we double down on the difficulty and go for an Electric, where we'll probably end up getting like a shiny Pikachu or Pachirisu or whatever. Okay, let's see. Frigibacks. There are actually two ways we could hunt for electric. One is by not hunting for electric and going for Tynamo. We could go for Tynamo. Or we could go for electric, which is a bit less hard, but it could also... But the less hard aspect of it could mean it's more deceiving. So... right, last chance to get all those. I think we may need just one more top-up of all these dragons and ice cubes and sparkles, just to see if it helps as we enter the final 5 minutes of hunting. Oh gosh, I do not look forward to doing this like 3 times in like handheld mode. Yep, no, you're yellow. They're all yellow. What even is not yellow anymore? Does not yellow not exist? That is the question. Also, our Iron Hands are still following us around. I just realized. But he's not wailing on anyone, which is probably a good thing. Come on, turn around. Turn around, Neville. Is that why the camera's zoomed out? Because we've got Iron Hands out? Who knows? No, but there, it just went back to the Pokeball. So, don't really know why it was following us around. But, let me just check. Oh, good night, Fatima. Okay, let's see. SpongeBob narrator. It's insane what a long life Mario Kart 8 has had. Live service games don't last as long. Yeah, exactly. I mean, hang on, brushing your teeth, so we did emojis, you were late. Criticism you have with Pete Chat is couldn't have done with Bowser. Bowser, I felt like there was something wrong with the, like Bowser didn't sort of make any sense as a concept because it was like Peach but Bowserified. But the whole point of Toadette is like Toadette is Toadette like Peachified, so Bowsette would be like Toadette Bowserified kind of thing or something. Anyway, Buck. Can't wait to see what the next Xeno game will be. I'm still hoping for X, Y, and Z, but we'll see what happens. Yoshi's Island is a bop, says Mushroom Gorge. Okay. Hang on. These are yellow, right? Now I'm getting paranoid about even what yellow is. But yeah, no, it'll just be really interesting to see what they do with like Mario Kart. And I mean, I do not envy game makers at all, because there are so many kind of like, where the heck do you go from here type games, you know, like where it's like, well, what do you do to like expand that? What do you do to make the next one? I actually think, though, for like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, I actually think there are some things they could do, it's weird because it's kind of like, usually the answer to a game is kind of like, is like adding stuff or doing more stuff or introducing new stuff. But I almost think for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, part of the answer is actually scaling back a bit and going a little bit more back towards the old Zelda thing. And I don't mean, like, yes, have big spaces that are fun to explore, and yes, like, kind of have, like, shrines and sort of, you know, mini dungeon puzzle-esque type things. But, you know, by not having all the puzzles, like, exclusive to dungeons, that was, like, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom's biggest strength. By having that sort of, like, that sort of taste of a dungeon, by just having, like, these mini sort of one-off puzzles and puzzle rooms, that was like its greatest strength. But it would be nice if they then did have big, long, coherent, like, puzzle dungeons that were perhaps, like, say, a bit more sort of quote-unquote linear, but where it's kind of like sequence of puzzle and where you kind of, or where you say have something like a central room where you kind of like keep going back to it every once in a while, like after you like you solve a little bit of a thing and then you go back to a central room because it then unlocks something else and then you like unlock more of it or whatever. You know, they could kind of like hybridize Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild with sort of old style Zelda, also just by having like the old weapons, the old sort of weapon and item system. They totally could have a sort of weapon and item system where you unlock things as you go, and you know, it's like by doing dungeons you get items that you can then use in the overworld to do more things. You know, there'd be a delicate balancing act there, and I'm not a game designer and, you know, wouldn't know quite how all the ways to go about doing it, but like it's kind of existed in the old Zelda games. Like A Link Between Worlds had a system where, like, you know, you can kind of get the items anytime you like, and they sort of limit and hinder your ability to explore the overworld. So it's like, you know, there are some things where like, oh, you have to come back to them because you don't have the item yet, you know, and stuff like that. You know, they could do that, and I don't really think Tears of the Kingdom and Twilight Princess needs the like breakable weapons all the time and stuff like that. I think that there are if you wanted to like limit items, there are probably things you could do. Maybe like just giving everything a bit of a stamina bar, or having some more like longer and slower decaying system, and then you need items to replenish them. Again, I don't really know because I'm not a game designer, but I don't think you need to just have like, you don't have weapons and the only way of getting them is from bad guys and they'll break after like 2 or 3 enemies or whatever. Like, I don't think that necessarily has to be the way going forward. I think you could have, you know, I think you could have like a regular sword that's okay, but then you like get a more powerful sword at some point during the middle or whatever. Like, you know, these are things that I think that you could still have, but with the like big sprawling worlds to explore, like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. But yeah, we'll have to see. Okay, so Frigibax. Oh my gosh, we're down to the final seconds. Oh, before we go to double down. Chat, do you think we're going to double down? Last chance for emojis. I mean, you've been brilliant with the emojis, but this was always going to be a hard and ambitious one, unfortunately, just because of like how few of them show up. Hopefully I haven't run past like a bajillion shinies, but I feel like they would look different. Also, can I just say, we are finally at a good level of lighting and like weather where it's like really easy to see them and see all the colors, and we're about to run out of sandwich. That's really annoying. Okay, so, but that's okay. That's okay. Oh, cat's going nuts outside. Hopefully I don't have to deal with them in a sec. Okay, come on, Frigibax. Frigibax, come on! When I got the bell sprout that I got during the week, or before last week, like literally, the sandwich finished, and I like checked the timer. Oh no! Oh, that's it, there's a Snova. That's it. That's all. Oh, well that sucks. Okay, hopefully I saved beforehand. Okay, so we'll go back to the game. I'm so annoyed we always get one sandwich hunt where we don't get success, you know? Like, there's always one. There's always one part that mucks out for the rest, and it's just very frustrating. But oh well. Let me do. Okay. So, there are 2 ways we can hunt for the Tynamo family. One is by hunting for Tynamo, where Tynamo you can get to spawn more easily, but it's nigh on impossible to tell the difference. So that's way number 1. And then way number 2 is, but way number 2 is where, way number 2, however, is where we go for electric, which doesn't spawn quite as well or as easily, I would say, but where you can tell the shiny apart more easily, or at least in theory you can. I think what we should do is the way I think we should go about this is I think we should actually, for like the first half, do the Dynamo and then second half do electric. Does that sound good? So we'll do a double down. Kind of thing. Kevin, you gotta go, dang. Well, thank you so much. Hopefully you're able to catch up on the rest and watch the rest later. Goodbye. Okay. Right, Clodsire, you're in charge. Yawning. Why am I yawning? I slept well. Okay. Hang on, we're just gonna sit. I know I saved the game, but now we're gonna save 50 bajillion times. No, okay. We'll get the picnic going, and then we'll get the electric sandwich going, and then we'll see how it goes. Make a sandwich. Make a sandwich. Make a sandwich. Okay, tomato, onion, green pepper, yellow pepper, and then the hamburger. And then we're gonna go spicy. Actually, no. No, we're not. We're feeling pretty sour. And sour's yellow. Yellow goes with yellow. We're doing the yellow. We're doing the yellow sandwich, okay? Yellow for electric. Yellow, 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 yellow. Okay. Okay, so we got the tomatoes. And then we're going to do the peppers. There we go. And then we'll put the burger. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, dang it, Beau. This is why I put the burger on first. Oh, we'll see how this goes. Might need to remake this. Ugh. Okay. I kind of did that. So normally I kind of like stack them in a nice sort of sideways line. I just sort of all around rushed that. I was sort of fed up at not getting the frigibacks. Okay. Okay, sour. Right. Come on, then. I've tried for electric so many times. Like, Dynamo, I actually did one shiny hunt for Dynamo and I got it. And then I was like, cool, now I can just hunt for electrics. But then I've never got electric. So now I'm sort of almost thinking maybe the trick is just to get Dynamo. Okay, what we're going to do, we're going to go this way, and we're going to go this way. I don't know if Electros has any like outbreak spawns. If it did, that would be so amazing, and I would absolutely love and do like picnic method for Electros, but because it's the easiest one to tell apart for the shiny. That's why I put it in the thumbnail. Okay, so our little buddy, our little pal, Electric. Here it is, this tiny little thing. And instead of being white, it's a whitish blue. So much fun. Go on, Clodsire, get it. Get it. Actually, hang on, we don't need Clodsire. Where we're going, we don't need Clodsire. We can just get Meowscarada. But yeah. The reason this is boring is we're gonna have to just get Meowscarada to like wail on everything. Because it's like, is this little dude in front of us blue? Who knows? It's too hard to tell. So yeah, we have to... Meowscarada, can you like just attack, please? There we go. Meowscarada is really good, because last week we were asked about this. Meowscarada is very good for like picnic outbreaks and like this kind of thing, because it just runs around like crazy and just like wails on everything. Look at it go, look at it go. It's just very good. It's very good at this. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we will actually do a little bit of a picnic. We'll do a little bit of a picnic. Come on, picnic. Oh, for the love of picnic. Picnic! Oh my gosh. What do you mean I can't picnic here? What do you mean I can't Right, hang on. We're going to go all the way to the end. All the way to the edge. Hold on. This'll work, surely. Oh my god. Picnic. It's because of all these rocks and stuff, isn't it? Yeah. Ugh. Oh my gosh. This is why I didn't like Dynamo either. Right, come on. Oh, hang on, come on, get it then. I don't know where Meowscarada went, but it KO'd it. That's fine. But look, there are like 2 here. There are like 3 here even. And I can't see any of them because they're just so tiny. Look at these tiny things. So tiny. But yeah, they're basically blue instead of white, but it's not like a... I don't know. Like, if you look at it on Cerebi, you'll sort of think like, oh, you know, I can see the difference between them. But like, when they're this tiny, you can't see the difference. I'll bring up Dynamo whilst Meowscarada does its thing. I said whilst Meowscarada does its thing. Go, do your thing. There we go, thank you. Thank you, come again. Okay, right. Dynamo, Cerebi, SV. Where'd the SV? Because it's like a... Man, Dynamo was Gen 5. Scary stuff. Yep, it's just blue. The electric bolt on it is easier to see at least. That's something. Okay, what we do is we run up. Oh my gosh, there's like 2 here. And there's like a bunch here, but like, are either of these shiny? I don't think they are, but why would I know if they are? Like, it's too hard, man. Is Dynamo not in water? Not in the DLC. So in the main game, earlier I said Dynamo is like the hardest thing to shiny hunt because in the main game you can only find them in the water, but in the DLC they're here in this. You can find them in the cave and you can find electric in the grass. So this is why if you love Dynamo and you want to shiny hunt Dynamo, get the DLC because this is a darn sight easier than hunting for them in the water. So yeah. Okay. But you probably are just best rather than trying to look for them by but rather than sort of trying to identify, oh, which is the blue one, you probably do just want something like Meowscarada to just wail on them like this. Because it's just too hard to tell like which one is shiny and which one isn't. I've even got this like as zoomed in as possible, and like it still doesn't get close enough to them. So yeah. Oh, hang on. What? Hang on. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. There we go. Like, are either of these 2 shiny? Because basically, when there is one that's shiny, Meowscarada will refuse to attack it. It will be impossible for Meowscarada to KO it. So, okay. So then what we do is we run back up. Do a bit of the old running. But that's saying, I'm sort of too afraid to run past any of them, you know? Because it's just like, are they shiny? Are they not shiny? Who knows? But yeah. But yeah, as far as celebration streams go, and what I'm able to stream and stuff like that, I would absolutely love to do. I think I could beat Pokemon Blue in like a few hours in one sitting, right? And that is something I'd love to do. And I've never used a Blastoise in Pokemon Blue, so I'd love to do Pokemon Blue in only a few hours with a Blastoise. And that is something I'd love to do, but I don't have the ability to like play Pokemon Blue on a stream for you all, so that's something I can't do. So I have all these ideas of like things I'd love to do, and I've sort of talked about some of the collaborations and cooperations, cooperative type things I want to do someday. But like again, I just don't have the means to do them, so it'll take a while until I can do all these things that I want to stream and all these video ideas I want to make and stuff like that. But oh well. But someday it will happen. In an ideal world, right? I would really love to do. I would like really love to do something like 3 streams a week or so like I'd love to do like and then like periodic like videos as well or something like that. Like 2 or 3 streams a week and then like periodic videos. I wouldn't want to put the videos on a time frame because a lot of the people I watch who do videos on a time frame end up stressing themselves out or changing their schedule at some point. Like literally, like in the last couple of years when I've been like really kind of watching like a lot of YouTubers, there's been a lot. There have been several channels where they would like upload like Tuesdays and Saturdays or every Saturday or something, and then they're like, yeah, I'm just gonna update when I feel like. I'm just gonna upload when I feel like it now, because like the stress of coming up with something every Saturday and having to do it by every Saturday is just like too much for me or whatever. And or you know, or they've sort of been like, I used to do like 3 things a week, but I'm only gonna do 2 now. It means I can do like the occasional longer thing or whatever. So I'm gonna do that now. Like, but like everyone, there've been so many channels I watch where like they've all changed up their. They sort of have all changed up their schedules and are a bit less strict with their schedules and stuff like that. But Lexi, hello. What episode of Beyblade am I on? Like 17 or so? I can't remember. Can't even. Last week's was. Oh yeah, we're in like the tournament now, where there was like the big Belle versus Pre battle, and it was the one where she was kind of really being told what to do by Pax, but she kind of ultimately decided to go about it her own way, and he was not happy. And I think that was the last time that was the last I saw. And Kit Lopez is still there. It feels like Kit Lopez has been around forever. Is Kit Lopez main cast member now? I don't know. But yeah, so that's where Beyblade is, because it was going to come up. If Lexi's in the chat, Beyblade's going to come up. Okay, so we are hunting for Tynamos, because they are, you know, the thing is, so this is really boring content, but if we get one, it'll be very, very exciting. Okay, so we'll do this for another 5 minutes, and then we'll switch to Electrike, okay? But yeah, if you have the DLC and you want Electrike, this is the place to do it. You do have to do it. You will want to do it this way, where you just get like a Meowscarada or something to wail on them, rather than you trying to like, you know, inspect them all. You might be able to tell the difference. Like maybe if you do have 2 next to one another and one is slightly blue, it's something you're like, hey, you'll be able to tell. But I'm not sure. So okay. Okay. Right, so that's all the Tynamo from this little thing there. And then we're gonna go up, and we're gonna go up, and we're gonna go up, and then we're gonna fight these 2, which I don't... The annoying thing is when I have to do, like, these 2 and these 2, because I'm pretty sure these 2 and those 2... Like, I'm sure that these aren't shiny. They don't look shiny, but I have to check them, because... Wait, hang on, how many did you use to defeat? Okay. There were only 2 there, but Meowscarada just KO'd 3 of them. Right, let's go back down here, though. And then we got, like, a load more appearing. Lovely stuff. Meowscarada, can you just attack something, please? Attack! Attack! Hang on, I'm gonna get Meowscarada to attack, like, these 3, because I think... What are you doing? Just attack them! We don't have time for these shenanigans. Come on. The last time I looked for an electric, I got a shiny Pachirisu, which was cool, but I already have Pachirisu from Arceus, so it's just kind of like, ugh. You know, it was kind of like, why can't I just, you know, and like I said, I've tried for electric, like, I want to say something like 4 times now. It's been at least 3, if not 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so we're despawning the ones that are over there, and then sort of respawning in a bunch. But this is the place to hunt for them rather than the ocean. It's just... It's still slow and boring. And I don't have lots of lively chat and stories and stuff today. Maybe this would be a good time for, like, Q&A. Why didn't I think of that? I kind of did more Q&A stuff earlier when it was, like, less suitable for Q&A. But, yeah, I suppose if anyone has any dying questions or anything... Oh, hang on, wait, hang on. Why is Miascarada not attacking? Oh. Dang, Miascarada was, like, doing the not attacking symbol in the bottom corner. But, I really want some of my banana muffin bread stuff as well. Maybe I'll go get a slice of that, and then that'll energize me. I might do that, actually. When I switch over in 2 minutes, I might do that. Let's go this way. Hold on. Here's what we do, right? We're going to fly over this way. And then, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, I am just going to assume that you are not shiny. And that you are not shiny. And that you are not shiny. These all look pretty white to me, so I think that these are not shiny. We're gonna play with fire here. Okay, here we go. I went all the way over there to spawn in a load more Tynamo here, and none spawned, like, but 5 spawned in. Wonderful. That was a great use of my time. Okay, so that's okay though. When we switch to Electrike, I'm going to energize up with banana muffin nonsense. Miascarada, don't run into the wall. I'm going to energize up with some breakfast cake, and then we'll be good, even though it's like nearly 2 p.m. I have had breakfast, and I even had some breakfast cake in addition to my breakfast, but I need more of it, dagnabbit, because it's good stuff. Okay, let's go up here. They're going to be like the 2 that are always here. Let's beat the 2 that are always here. Oh, there are 3 here this time. Okay, well, that's interesting. So let's beat, like, 1 here. 1 here. And 1 there. Okay. Right, go, Miascarada, go! Miascarada, like, attack them! What are you doing? Stop running around. Just, like, attack! Unless, like, they're all shiny, attack! Okay. I think this is going to be our last cluster of them that we defeat, I think, because, like, we're probably down to... Yeah, we're less than 15 now. But this is where you want to get... If you need a Tynamo, this is where you get Tynamo. I recommend maybe only getting 1 Tynamo. And then trying for Electric, because there is a place we're going to be going to in a minute where Electric is going to be the more prominent option. But let me be right back, and I'll Breakfast cake. Okay, so the old cake and hydrate is working well. There we go. There we go. So, even though I'm from the land of England, I will confess that I don't really think that I am the biggest tea person. That said, I do like my decaffeinated green tea with honey in very much. I'm not a big honey guy, but in green tea, it just works really well. I don't really know why, it just does. Because I think we've sort of talked about this before, so I won't... I think maybe I have answered this question before, so I won't belabor the point. But yeah, so decaf green tea with honey is like my choice. I do like sort of like British like black tea. It's pretty good, but it's just the thing about like British black tea is, oh watch, Shabertooth, we're about to get like a shiny Shinx. But that wasn't a shiny Mightyena, was it? No. Just kind of golden glow in the sun. Hang on a sec, we need to go this way. But the thing about like a good, like a proper cup of British tea is just like if it doesn't get made very well or whatever, it just like doesn't. It's just not very good. Oh, the light is terrible here. Oh, this is horrendous. Okay, so normally, you can go around and you can zoom in and you can look at these guys' eye stalk things, and if they have, oh, for the love of pizza. So you can see that's yellow, right, around its eye. Like it's got the white eye, but it's got yellow, and the dots are yellow, right? Those dots on its body, they're yellow. We are looking for green ones, okay? So green around the eyes and green dots. In theory, that should be easy, and at certain times of the day and stuff like that, it's easy to spot. But we are here somehow at the worst time of day, where these green ones are just not going to spawn. I like using something that can, a ground type that can move around in the water, such as Clodsire, because Clodsire can actually swim, so we can use it for this, but those look yellow to me. But this is where you can find electric, and this in theory should be easier to spot than Tynamo, but I have never found a shiny electric, even though I've done this hunt like 4 times or something, and I don't know why. You just don't, and you can find them on the grass as well, and it's like, look, that's yellow, and that's a Phantump. I don't know if this is being laggy just because the game is laggy, or if like I need to reset the game after this or something. But no, don't run into me. Is that one in the background green? I don't know if that... Hang on, I gotta check this one in the background. Come on. No, it's not. Grrr. Okay. That was my impression of one of the bosses from Star Fox 64. Because there's one who kind of growls that way when you beat him. Okay, look at all these electric, but that's the thing, there's too many of them here. Like, I can't, like, get a good close-up look at all of these, you know. Clodsire, can you, like, attack? Attack them! Thank you, good golly gosh. Oy. Right, come on, attack them. Get them! Smite them! Okay. Right, that's yellow. Maybe I should look more for the dots than for the eye bit. Never really thought of that, huh? I'd love it if the fin on its head was green as well, but the fin on its head is like, even though the fin on its head is yellow, it's like a different category of color, and for the shiny, it's like a different color. So yeah, it just doesn't really work as well. But yeah, if you look at the eye and the dots. Yeah, I really should be looking at the dots, shouldn't I? But I don't think I've genuinely ever come across one of these. I don't think I've come across one and missed it accidentally or something. I think I've just been really unlucky. If we don't get this, we'll figure out a different shiny to get, because, well, we'll have to, because the stream isn't over yet, and we still have more shinies to hunt. Maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. Maybe, though, maybe we could try and go for Fido, because we said about a shiny dog hunting stream, and we'll probably end up getting a shiny Shinx accidentally. And maybe, though, the trick is we just end up getting more shiny dogs. Okay, right, there's an electric. That Quagsire is also really annoying. It's like a Terra Quagsire, so it just kind of like always hangs out there. If you want to do this shiny hunt, I highly, highly, highly recommend getting rid of that Quagsire first and then coming here. Because if you get rid of it first, it won't get in the way or whatever. It'll be gone and it won't like come back or anything until like the next day. So do that. Do as I say, not as I do. Don't hunt for a Tynamo in the caves first. Like, do the Tynamo in the caves to get a Tynamo. But then once you've got Tynamo, I think that this is probably the better hunt to do. It's a shame because you do get Chargerbugs and Pachirisus. If you don't have Chargerbug and Pachirisu, then this is a very good hunt because you can kind of hunt for all three of them. But if you're just after electric like I am, it's a bit of a sucky one because, you know, they don't appear hugely on the grass and they do appear a lot in the water, but like the Quagsire's there and stuff. And, you know, they do like to chase after you and it's just, it's a bit of an annoying one. But I'm just so determined to like get one of these. And maybe just being on stream will help. So chat, if there is an eel emoji, get an eel emoji in there. If there's not, then maybe we... I want to be careful here. I was going to say we need some kind of like... Maybe like an electric snake. Do like an electric snake, okay? Like a snake, thunderbolts, and some sparkles and stars and stuff. That probably is the formula we need to get this one going. I think Yoshi didn't work. I think Frigibax didn't work because... I think Frigibax probably didn't work because it's just kind of like, well, what really are the emojis for, like, you know, sort of a dinosaur-y, lizardy, ice thingy, you know, it's what kind of lizard is Baxcalibur, really? That is the question. How can you sum up Baxcalibur in just, as a dinosaur in an emoji? It can't be done. That's why it didn't work. But yeah, I'm going to have another bite of my cake. And then I'm gonna talk with my mouth full. No, I'm kidding. Well, actually, no, my mouth is full. Crud. I can't talk. Where are you, Electric? We're gonna rock down to Electric Avenue. If they'll show up. But that's the thing, I think it is possible to look at a shiny and miss it just because of like how, because they're quite aggressive, you know, like they go after you. Unless you do like the Clodsire approach and you like knock them all out. But even then, like, they sort of move about like trying to get you, you know? Like those ones are definitely yellow. I don't know where the other one, you looked yellow. And you're yellow, you're definitely yellow. There's a Pikachu. Pikachu swim, which is kind of funny. You look yellow. Ow. Okay, fine. Don't be rude. Okay. I think those are all yellow. Wait, the Pikachu's in the water. It is there. Look, here it comes. Hello, Pikachu. How you doing, buddy? Hello, buddy. Okay. Pretty sure those are yellow. I wish the body was a different color. I wish instead of being blue, it had something else about it that made it stand out, and then I wouldn't have to be looking at their silly eyes. Their silly, soulless eyes. No, why is there another one? Unless you're shiny going... Elizabeth Khan, hello! Welcome. You are joining us on a very ambitious shiny hunt. I'm not expecting to get a shiny from this, but it'll be amazing if we do. We're currently looking for electric, which instead of having... if you can see around its eyes, it has like yellow around its eyes, and then it has the 3 yellow dots. Those will be green instead of yellow. That's the primary difference between them. It's not a good difference. It's not a big difference. But it is a difference. I don't know if they show up anywhere else. Like if they are more like in the forest or something. I should probably look this up. Because, hey, if they do show up anywhere else, maybe it's easier to just like run around and... Oh, no. Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Sorry, I'm just kind of like discovering something here. The sea. So, on like Cerebee's map, right, for electric, in the location, it like says that they're in the North Paldean Sea, the South Paldean Sea, and the West Paldean Sea. But then, on the map, it actually has them like inland. So it's like, well, where are they inland? That's... Are they just like on the water or something? Maybe they're just like in rivers or something. Yeah, they must just be like in rivers or something like that. Hang on. Kitakami. Timeless Woods. Let's just try this. Sorry, Cerebee's like map thing is really annoying because it always defaults to Paldea instead of Kitakami. So if there's a Pokemon that appears in both Paldea and Kitakami, it always just gives you the Paldean map. And it's like, no, I want it on the Kitakami map, so then you have to look it up, and then it's like, and then it's like, and then it's like, okay, electric. Where is the electric avenue that we're gonna be taking higher? Are they just like in the woods? I think they're just in the woods. Yeah, okay, weird. So the thing about electric that is annoying as well is they're sort of... The best place to isolate them is the water, but in the water they're like aggressive and harder to check. It's harder to check whether they're shiny in the water than it is on land. So but yeah. And then so I'm looking for shiny electric, and then Elizabeth adds as well. Electros is one of the most mid Pokemon ever, has no weaknesses because it's an electric type with levitate, so that's like, yeah, so it looks like it kind of has this promise, and it does have some like it does have some like okay stats in some respects, but yeah, but then it ultimately has nothing really going for it or that makes it excel. Yeah, I agree. It's a shame. It's like oh, it's got like Thunderbolt and Flamethrower, and I think it can use like Giga Drain and stuff, can't it? Or like it can get like Grass moves as well, so it can cover like those awkward ground types. But then yeah, it just there's not really anything that's all that superb about it. How long do we have left? 4 minutes. Oh gosh. Good golly gosh. That's not good. That's not good. Okay, these are all yellow. You are yellow. And you are yellow. And you are yellow. And you are yellow. At least I think you're all yellow. I hope you're yellow. I hope you're not just like a weird green that's pretending to be yellow. It's not... When you look at it on Cerebee as well, it's not like... It's quite a yellowy green. It's not... It doesn't instill you with the most confidence that it's like, oh, if I see this thing, I am absolutely gonna spot the difference. And they like facing you, and the problem is as soon as they face you, you can't see their eye and their dots, which is annoying. I'm just going to run around in the woods for like 2 seconds. Because I just want to see... Because it's going to just be Charger Bugs and Pachirisus and Pikachus, isn't it? Like, we're not going to see the... Yeah, we ain't going to see the Electrics here. Okay. You're not a shiny Pikachu, are you? No. Okay. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, crud. Okay. I am just going to use Earthquake here because Clodsire is so slow, it's not going to be able to run away. Whereas an Earthquake will probably be strong enough to take it out, even though this Clodsire does not have very good attack. But yeah, I wish I could just shiny hunt for an Electros because it looks so cool in shiny form and it would be so easy to recognize. And I could picnic method it or something. Right, the Pachirisus, they're not shiny. Charger Bug is not shiny. Okay, back to we go, and then look, there's the Quagsire. The Quagsire is just always there being a pain, so if you ever do want to do this shiny hunt, get rid of the Quagsire. Just get rid of it. Beat it, and then you'll be free. And then you won't have to worry about it the way that I have been. Okay, so let's see. Yellow. Are you yellow? You're yellow. Are you yellow? You're yellow. Okay, nice. I think that these are yellow. They look pretty yellow. Oh my gosh, Pachirisu is in the water. See, Pachirisu can't swim. It just, like, sinks to the bottom and runs around. Whereas Pikachu actually, like, can swim. It's like Pikachu, like, it has is designed to, like, go in the water, which is pretty nifty. That's a really nice touch in this game, that it kind of gives all the Pokemon, like, can they swim? Can they walk on water? You know, I think that's a pretty cool thing. It's a nice touch. I don't think Arceus did anything like, maybe Arceus did do something like that actually, with the swimming, but I feel like this game does a better job with it. Because I think Arceus did have, like, Pokemon going behind you, or if you, like, sent them out to battle or something, but I don't know. Again, this game, because it has, like, the walking with you and stuff, I don't know. I noticed it more in this game, that it paid attention to the whole swimming thing. There are a bajillion electrics over here, and I don't know if any of them are shiny or not. Oh, no, 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 no. Yeah, the difference is, so basically, if you sort of look at them from the side, right, around their eyes, they've got yellow, and then they've also got 3 dots on their body that are yellow as well. So basically, it's kind of like a luminous green, which isn't very good, because the luminous green can kind of look similar to yellow, so it's not really that great. It's annoying, because if I was just running around in the grass, I could much more easily, like, get up close to them and inspect them, but because we're doing it in the water and we're trying to avoid the Quagsire and all this other stuff, it's just kind of hard to do. So I've done this shiny hunt so many times and I've never seen one, and I'm sort of convinced now that it's like, well, if I've done it that many times and I've never seen one, it probably means I have seen one, but just not realized that I've seen one. So the problem is as I've said, the lighting in this game is really not good. And so you can look at a picture of how a Pokemon's supposed to look on Cerebi, but at the end of the day, when you can look at how it's, like, quote unquote supposed to look, but at the end of the day, when it's right there in front of you and you're in the middle of playing the game, it can be very hard to tell than looking at just like a PNG on a website of, like, a PNG of a model versus actually seeing it in game. Okay, we've got seconds left. This is well, this is another bust. Dang, we started off so well, but no. No. We had to come up short. Okay. So the question now is, what do we go for? Let me check my list. Okay. I have. Hang on a minute. The wheels in my head have been turning. Okay, hold on. I have 2 thoughts. I have two thoughts. We could try and go for another Jangmo-O, because I never got a third one. Or did I get a third one? Actually, I can't remember now. Might need to check that. I don't think I got a third Jangmo-O. Can I check Pokemon Home? If this loads up, we'll check it. So I might need another Jangmo-O, and that would be a very easy one and a, probably like a fairly guaranteed success. However, we could try and go for the Fido, because I said about the dog. We started with dogs, we could end with dogs. But I just don't know a good Fido place off the top of my head, so I'd have to look that up. The other one we could do, though, I did say maybe about Charcadet as well, but maybe I'll save that for next week, or next time. So we could do, I maybe could aim for like a Charcadet, but the other thing that we could maybe go for is, I think maybe there's a spot where like Hatchram exclusively spawns, and I got Hatena the other day, and I'm wondering whether maybe I could try and go for Hatchram. There was some place where Hatchram showed up where I was like, oh, like no other psychic types show up there. And so Hatchram could be a good shout. And that would be very fitting, of course, Hatchram being a part of the Hatterene line. So I think Hatchram could be a fun one. And I think it would be a bit easier to spot than Hatena was. That's just my theory. My game theory! Hang on, where... come on, where is Hatena? I had Hatena on like a... Here we go. Yeah, I've got Hatena now, so I don't need to worry about that. We can look at Hatchram. Hatchram is definitely like more pink. So hang on, right. So here we go. Okay, so Elizabeth, I've seen this name on the stream so many times. I don't think you're ever going to go on strike. I know, it's being really stretched out. It's because the TV and the film stuff is being stretched out that the game stuff is being stretched out. So, yeah, it's a bit of a sucky thing. Who else put Quagsire? Okay, so what are we... Okay, no one has really expressed any particular inclination or preference aside from the possibility of the Hatterene. Let me just quickly again. So this is very unprofessional of me, but it's just you kind of need to check like what the outbreaks are and stuff like that, and those change on any given day. Wait, do I only have one Jangmo-O? I thought I had like two. Oh no, maybe. Oh no, there it is, Hakamo-O. Okay, yeah. So we could do Jangmo-O, which would be nice and safe, and I think that would be a sure thing. But we could do Hatena, because that's kind of more fitting. It might be hard, though, to spot, which is a thing. So yes. But yeah, right, when he changes the name, they'll go on strike. I know, right? But so Hatena or Jangmo? Hatena, Jangmo. Hatena, Jangmo. Hatena, Jangmo. Hatena, Jangmo. Let me know your preference, Hatena or Jangmo. Again, so far we have the obvious Hatena from Tenchi. But if everyone else is like Jangmo, then we'll do Jangmo. Because I need a third one. But that also could be good to do off stream as well, because I think Frigibax might be a good one to do off, like in handheld mode. Okay. And I do have backups for Hatchram if we do successfully get Hatchram. Hatengmo! Yes, Katsafenti. Okay. Right, people seem to like the Hatchram idea, so and forgive me if I keep saying like one and I mean the other. I always get, for some reason, My brain can never think of the full Hatenna, Hatchram, Hatterene. It really struggles to come up with all three of them. And then you're in that thing where you're like, wait, is Hatchram the first one or the second one? And then like, if I think of Hatenna, I know that's the first one. But if my brain only thinks of Hatchram, then it's like, is that the first or the second? Sometimes it's like that with like first forms and middle forms and stuff like that, where your brain will throw out a name and you're like, I know that's the first or the second form, but I don't know whether it's the first or the second form. Okay. Oh, hang on. We're gonna change to Meowscarada. Okay. Come on, we got 3 shinies earlier, and then we've had nothing for ages. Hang on, I need to check my recipe. Is this like onion? It is onion. Oh, well, this is perfect then. Hang on a minute. Come on. Okay. Right. We'll make a sandwich. If we get the shiny, this will be our final hunt of the day. I'm sorry that this will end a little bit more disappointingly than I had anticipated. We started off so strong, and then we kind of went for the more ambitious ones. And bitter. We're feeling bitter today. We'll go for our Kevin pick. Okay, so okay. Right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and then we got the bajillions of onions. Would you like some sandwich with your onions? Although in reality, this actually really isn't much onion when you got like these tiny little strips like this, but okay. Right, 1, 2, and 3. Oh, okay, that was a bit of a precarious, but again, so I'm kind of rushing because I want to just do the psychics. Okay. Right. I don't really, again, I don't know what the heck a Hatchram is in regards to emojis, so let's all just chant like do like sparkles and stars and then chant Hatchram. So like like stars and sparkles, and then write Hatchram in capital letters, and then more stars and sparkles kind of thing. So like you sandwich Hatchram around stars and sparkles, or between stars and sparkles, and it'll be like a chant. It'll be like Hatchram, 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 Hatchram. But if my calculations are correct, which, oh crud, I just remembered one factor. There could be one factor here which could mess up this whole plan. Orangaroo. I didn't think of Orangaroo. Because it's a Scarlet exclusive. And it's a Scarlet exclusive, so it doesn't show up on the Cerebi map. Oh, for the love of pizza. Well, there goes that plan. Right, we might be resetting for, we might be resetting in a minute. Because of, whatever the other thing we said was, a Jangmo-o. Let me check the map. Let me check the map. I was like, Hatchram can't be the only psychic that's here. That would be, that's too good to be true. It's too good to be true. Let's check the map. Okay. Not there, not there. Are there any psychic... There's like Gardevoirs and Roltzes. Lake. That's so weird. What? Okay. Hold on. I have a backup plan. I have the backup plan. Oh yeah, I suppose they are pink. So like pink hearts kind of work. Ugh, right. Right, so we need to find, where is the like lake around here? Is the lake like here, or is it like there? Where is it? I think it's okay. Hatchram might appear a load here. This might be where I remember a bunch of Hatcham once appearing. So let's check on our map. We won't reset just yet, but we might just go for the lazy Jangmo, which I do apologize for, but it's, you know, a Beau's gotta do what a Beau's gotta do. Dang Orangaroos. I've already got Orangaroo. It would have been fine if I hadn't got Orangaroo before, you know, if we could have been like hunting for both, but right, let's check the lake. The lake, the lake, the lake. So supposedly, here by this lake. Oh, it's a Clodsire. I thought that was like a shiny Whiscash or something for a minute there. Oh my gosh. Okay, come on. Right, we got Bronzongs. Okay, well this isn't good because I got Bronzong as well. Hatcher might be a bust. Chat, I'm sorry. I can't, like, we're not even seeing any. Where is it? It's supposed to be like lake, but what does that mean? This is a lake. It's not in the lake, but it's not around the like. Where is it? Where does Hatcham even does Hatcham even exist? Is that why I can never remember all three of them? Because Hatcham just doesn't exist. No, I don't want Bronzongs. Look, I'll get a shiny Bronzong now. Like lake, what does that even mean? I mean, lake should mean like near a lake, but there's not a lake. The closest thing to a lake here is just this puddle of water. Yeah, chat, I think this is a bust. I'm really sorry. The Cerebi map doesn't show Scarlet Violet exclusives, so it didn't show Orangaroo. And I mean, I'm not sure how much it would have shown up anyway if it's considered a lake Pokemon. It might not have really shown up anyway, but we'll try one other thing. There is presumably a lake here, which I think is at the top of this waterfall. This was originally where I was going to hunt for Mudbray. I want to hunt for Bruxish so badly, Zach, and it's like, oh, a psychic type in the water. That's perfect, right? No, because Veluza's everywhere, and I've got Veluza. So like, Bruxish doesn't work either. I had originally planned to hunt for Bruxish this weekend, and I even did, like, a test run, but then, like, Veluzas were everywhere. And I was like, oh, that sucks. But yeah, just, Bruxish just doesn't show up very much. Veluza's everywhere, and Bruxish, like, hardly shows up. It's really annoying. And really upsetting, because you're like, aha, if I do a psychic sandwich in the water, that'll work. And then it's like, no, it doesn't. It doesn't work. Hang on, we're just going to go up here for like 2 seconds. I just want to see what spawns up here. Espathra, Meditite. Yeah, I'm sorry, chat. This might be a bust. Dang Orangaroos. That would have... Well, no, again, I don't think that would have worked otherwise. If they're, like, lake Pokemon. What even is a lake? What even is a lake, I tell you? In fact, where even was the lake that I went to, like, a minute ago? No, it was, like, here, wasn't it? But, yeah. Yeah, this is a bust. I'm sorry, chat. Water Psychic is such a cool combo. Oh, hang on. Did it mean here? Oh, maybe it meant here. I'll try this quickly. No, this is where we were. Maybe they only appear like during the daytime or something like that as well. Yeah, no, we're gonna just do the very boring. I'm sorry, we are gonna just be boring and do Jangmo. Here's what we'll do, right? This is the plan, okay? We've got 3 shinies so far. We are going to do one more sandwich, but we're also gonna end up with 6 shinies, okay? This is what's gonna happen. we're going to shiny hunt for Jangmo. Okay? Jangmo. We're going to get the Jangmo. We're going to get it in about, like, 7 minutes or so, right? So we'll get the Jangmo in, like, the first 10 minutes. And then it'll be like, well, we've got all the shiny I only needed one of them. We need to now find something else. So then we'll switch it up to Goomy, okay? We'll try and get a Goomy, because I got Goomy in Legends Arceus, and I got an extra one in Scarlet and Violet, but I need to get one more so that I can have Hisui and Goodra, and... I did not mean to do that. And then we will have... and then we'll just have regular old Colosian Goodra, okay? So that'll be our second one. But we'll get that, and then we'll have, like, somewhere between, like, 7 and 13 minutes remaining, okay? So then we'll be like, well, we got all the Jangmo-Os, and we got all the Goomies. What do we do now? And it'll be like, well, we've got a Dragon-type sandwich going. Let's go back and get Frigibax. And then we'll get one Frigibax, okay? So that's how this is going to go down. We're going to do the avocado sandwich. The avocado... we're going to do that. And then we'll get one Frigibax before the end. And it will be on one sandwich, okay? This is my vow. This is my vow. All these things are completely out of my control. I'm going to overpromise to you, my lovely chat. Okay? Because that is because that is the sign of a good promise. And we're going to do sweet. We're going to be sweet about it. We're going to have a sweet avocado sandwich, baby. Yeah, Veloozers just, like, chase you down and go after you, like, so badly. They're fun to shiny hunt, as long as you sort of swim through the water quickly. And they're easy to spot, like, you don't have any issues spotting them. So they're fun and good in that regard. But they are, like, a very annoying Pokemon. I thought the Sharpedos in Sword and Shield were annoying. But no, Veluza in this game is like a bajillion times worse, unfortunately. Whoa! Cats Are Fancy with a $4.99 super chat. That is so kind. Thank you so much, Cats Are Fancy. That's really lovely of you. Thank you so much. Watch. You do realize though, you do realize you're giving me a super chat where I've just warped to the place where Shinx appear, and you've given me a super chat. I hope you know what you've done. I'm just saying, we've got a dragon sandwich set up, right? So there is no way that we should be able to encounter a Shinx or get a shiny Shinx. But, like, we're about to get a shiny Shinx. I'm telling you. Okay. But no, thank you so much, Cats Are Fancy. That's really lovely of you. Let's hope that... That's the thing. So let's just put lots of sparkle. I don't know what comes up in the in emojis if you do dragons, but do dragons and sparkles, okay? Between the dragons, the sparkles, and Cats Are Fancy super chat, okay? We will absolutely and most definitely get our shiny Jangmo-O. This I promise you, even though it is down to fate and statistical luck, I promise you that we will get this shiny. Our pink boy. Our pink-headed... It's the pink head, isn't it? It's the pink heart. Right? I probably should get a picture up of Jangmo-O just to remember. Just so I definitely have it. But I think it's like the body is yellow and the heart is pink. The body is yellow and the heart is pink. So, okay. Look, there's a load of them. Not shiny. But again, we still got 6 minutes until we get it. Like, look. We're like 1 minute in, and I said we're going to get it after about 7 minutes, okay? It takes a while. It takes a good 7 minutes or so, okay? Okay, so... how's everybody's day going? No, I'm kidding. No, we'll figure out something a little bit more. So we talked about tea. Oh! Actually, speaking of tea... a good thing that goes well with tea are cookies. What is everyone's favorite type of cookie? And if you come from a, perhaps, say, non-America, non-UK country, and you feel you might need to explain what your cookie is, feel free to explain what your cookie is. But I want to know what kind of cookies people like out there. Because in the UK, there's a type of cookie called a bourbon, but if you wrote it down... like, the way it's spelled is B-O-U-R-B-O-N. which is the same spelling as bourbon, the alcohol. So someone could be like, I like bourbons or whatever, and someone could read it and be like, they like bourbon. That's a drink, not a biscuit. So as a UK person, I know that, but people outside of the UK may not know about bourbons. Bourbons are great. Bourbons are a very solid biscuit, by the way. They're basically like a sort of chocolate sandwich cookie. So kind of like a, like how an Oreo is a sandwich cookie, but basically just kind of like one of these. But like the biscuit is like a chocolate biscuit rather than like a really dark chocolate biscuit. So it's just sort of like lighter and sweeter and yeah, a bit like if you have and then another one that's popular in the UK is a custard cream, which is kind of like a golden Oreo. So basically custard creams and bourbons are kind of like this pair of like sandwich cookies that are very, and the custard cream, they have these like really cool patterns on them as well. They have these like really intricate designs. I guess they like have some kind of like cookie press type thing that they mass produce them on, but they've got this like really intricate design on them. They look pretty rad. Okay, I'm gonna get a picture of a Jangmo up, and then I am so annoyed that Hatcherum doesn't seem to have a good spot to appear, because I was like, cool, I got a Hatena, that's the hard one. Hatcherum will be way easier to shiny hunt, and now I'm kind of like, oh no, it's not if it doesn't appear. Okay, let's just have a sip of water, or not, because my water ran out. Hang on, gonna grab another one. Oh, there we go. Good coffee and milk dunking cookies. Yeah, exactly. Mexican-style cookies you can find at Mexican bakeries. Oh, that sounds good. Sugar or white choco macadamia from Cramin. That's nice. Really soft oatmeal cookies without raisins from Tenchi. That's a good shout. See, in the UK, I don't know if Andrew... Did Andrew leave? If Andrew's still there, Andrew can kind of vouch this for me. But basically, in the UK, like if you talk about biscuits, there aren't really like a whole, like biscuits typically are thought of as like crunchy or having snap to them. I think I have talked about this a bunch before, so I won't go on and on and on and on and on and on and on here. But they're generally thought of like hard things with like a snap or a crunch or something like that. As opposed to, there aren't a whole load of soft cookies. It's only, say, if you go to like some kind of like chocolate chip cookie stall at the shopping center, or perhaps like something that's a little bit more, I suppose, like flapjacky or something. You know, certain like gingerbread type biscuits are kind of like softer or whatever. But the idea of like, but people don't really have like sort of talk about like soft and chewy biscuits a whole lot in the UK. It's mainly about like the crunch and the snap. Are a lot of the popular ones, like bourbons, custard creams, digestive biscuits, hobnobs, even the chocolate chip cookies. Like if you just went to a UK supermarket and you saw a packet of UK chocolate chip cookies, they would be small, round, little crunchy things. Yeah, like in that regard. So, but whereas like the soft and chewy thing is much more of like an American. In America, I would dare say, there's more of an emphasis on, say, like something that's like soft, chewy, and stuff like that, rather than like, like sometimes people talk about crispy cookies, but they'll still kind of have like a bit of a softness to them. But yeah, and it was in the UK, like a lot of the more popular ones, like shortbread is another one, Millionaire shortbread. It's not like a biscuit, but it's like a sort of dessert / treat, which kind of has like a biscuit layer, like a shortbread biscuit layer, and oh, it's so good. But yeah. Bye, Elizabeth. Hang on, let's see. What is a hobnob? So it's funny, I'm not a particular hobnob aficionado, because I didn't really sort of grow up with them much or anything. But but a hobnob is kind of it's a bit like a digestive biscuit. I don't really 100% know how to describe a digest. I think a digestive is kind of like a wheat biscuit, I would say. It's sort of quite wheaty or something like that. It's sort of quite grainy. It feels like more, feels like it's got more grain. It almost feels like sort of healthier for you than other biscuits because it's got some kind of like grain or whatever, like wheat or something. But like I think you make it with wheat flour, for example. But so I think a hobnob is kind of like, it's kind of like half digestive, half oat cookie. So it's kind of very oaty, but I don't think it's like a full-on oat cookie, I want to say. And then they'll often be like sort of dipped in chocolate or have like a sort of like a chocolate layer on the top as well. Because and digestive biscuits, like plain digestives, like are all right, but it's the chocolate ones where it's at, where again they're like dipped in chocolate, where they have like a chocolate layer on the top. And then the debate is between like, oh, what's better, like milk chocolate digestives or dark chocolate? And they both have their place, but I think I do prefer the milk chocolate. But I'm not a big fan of dark chocolate, but on a digestive biscuit, dark chocolate is just so good. Oh, hey, look, it's little Lullaby. But you are a regular Lullaby. You are not my little chocolate Oreo Lullaby, so you must be defeated. Okay, so we've just gone past the 7-minute mark. So if we get on Koraidon, we'll go on Koraidon for this, because if we go on Koraidon, we'll find our shiny in the next minute or so, as predicted, as foretold. Okay, that's Orthworm, which is not shiny. But it's big and it's red, so that's kind of like pink. Okay, come on. If we don't get this Jangmo-o, like we're gonna get it, like because I said that we're gonna get it. But if we didn't get it though, that would be very annoying and frustrating, but also in some kind of way ironically hilarious. But like, how did we get so many shinies at the beginning, and then how did it all slow up? But I think it's because we just went for ambitious hunts. The Electrike, Electros, Electrike is not part of that evolutionary family. But like, that's just like a really sucky one to go after, and yeah, it's just not a good one. I was hoping by doing it on stream we would get some streamer luck, but I feel like for all the good luck we do have on these shiny hunting streams, I do generally have less luck on stream than I do normally. I would say, you know, this week I talked about getting a bunch of shiny Pokemon without even having a sandwich up and stuff like that, and it's like, well, you know, we have had that happen once or twice, but you know, but we've never had like a shiny where it's like, oh my gosh, I don't have one of those. It's always like something I've got a whole bunch of, and I'm just getting like the, you know, 5th one or whatever. So, let's see. But we're gonna get this shiny. It's fine. We're gonna keep talking about biscuits and cookies, and it's gonna be absolutely fine. Also, feel free to throw in your favorite type of cake. I know there aren't a whole load of different types of cake in a way, or it's less obvious to think of what kind of cakes you like, I feel like, but and even I don't really 100% know the answer to what kind of cake do I like, because it's sort of, you know, it's like a Victoria sponge and then maybe like some kind of like chocolate icing or something, I don't know. But then there are other good icings as well. Or even just like a classic one with like jam and cream and stuff is pretty sweet. Jangmo-o, just be shiny. Oh, you look very yellow. It's hard because you see the yellow from the heart thing, and you kind of think like, oh, that's yellow. It's like, yes, like yellow heart thing. We want pink heart thing, yellow body. But like this one, like I can see its head very prominently, but like then you get close and you see the grey body, and it's like, oh no. Where are you, Jangmo-o? Luckily, I don't think I've ever had a case where people on stream have seen a shiny and then it's like I missed it. Like there hasn't been a case where a load of people have been like, oh my gosh, there's a shiny Beau, and then like I've missed it and just been talking about like pizza and biscuits and stuff, and then oh, pizza toppings. What pizza? Yeah, cake is a hard one to answer. So if you can't answer cake, tell me about pizza. What kind of pizza do you like? And there are all kinds of different toppings depending on like where you live in the world. Like different toppings are popular in different places. Also, I'm gonna check chat for a sec. Oh, tiramisu. That's a good dessert. I wouldn't. That's saying I don't really know how you would qualify tiramisu because it's not like it's just a dessert, isn't it? It's not like a cake. It's not a pie. It's not anything like that. It's just dessert. Chocolate. Chocolate cake. I think chocolate cake is good. Basic with pizza, just plain cheese. That's good enough, honestly. Just classic like vanilla cake. Yeah, exactly. Like just a classic vanilla. That's why the cake question isn't a good question, is it? Your girl's unique. This pepperoni pizza that you're having right now is pretty bomb. Sweet. Chicken bacon ranch or BBQ chicken has good pizzas right now. Those are also good sandwich flavors, I noticed, Crammon. I kid. But they kind of are, like you know, sort of chicken bacon ranch is something I think of when I think of, like, Subway. So... but when Crammon is deciding what sandwich to have, that's why he has a draft. Sorry, that's the advert that we're playing at the minute. I don't like it as much as the original Danny DeVito advert. Maybe it's just because I'm English, so I don't, I'm not as embedded in like US football culture and drafts and stuff like that. I watched the movie Draft Day on a plane like 10 years ago or something. But yeah, other than that, I have no affection or familiarity with a US football draft day. So when Danny DeVito is saying we're gonna have a sandwich draft, that does nothing for me. It doesn't pull at my heartstrings the way that him saying to some man that like he's coming for you, it doesn't have the same impact. Again, Shin Impact. But yes. That's just an impact. Again, Shin Impact. That's going to be my new slogan. Guys, I need to join Sarah on stream, and we need to like incorporate that in and like give her a heart attack. Like we'll just be talking all mild mannered and stuff. Like yeah, I like that too. Yeah, and it's like yeah, no, it really meant a lot to me. It had like it had a big impact on me, But that's just an impact. Again, Shin Impact, and like scare the living daylights out of her. But anyway, bark. But okay, let's see what we got here. Oh no, I'm running into Jangmos. Tenchi, see you later. I hope you're able to catch up on the rest. Kitakami Ogre Clan, Jangmos. Jersey Mike's does have both those sandwiches. That's funny. Can I just say, it's always really funny when someone like makes a joke about something, where you're kind of like, that sounds like something that blah 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 would blah blah kind of thing, and then you're like, they do blah blah blah, and it's like, wait, what? Really? Like that's always like a really funny thing, like whenever that happens. But no, but like BBQ chicken is a good thing. Oh, for the love of pizza, is a good thing. How do you feel about ginger candy? Ooh, now we're getting into the spicy topics. No, okay, so I will just say it's a funny and interesting thing when you like look into like the history of candy and stuff like that, and you think about different sweet treats and stuff like that. Candy that is more like spice flavored, so things like cloves and ginger and cinnamon and stuff like that. these kinds of like candies and sweets tend to be like way more old-fashioned, and like just literally because they were like the original sweets, and then eventually like sweets began to become more associated with like fruit, because a lot of I think the fruits just around the world didn't all necessarily come from the same place, you know. So but now that we kind of have like, you know, fruits everywhere, you know, like guess what, guys, oranges like aren't native to like Britain or whatever, you know. England probably just had like apples and pears and stuff like that, and you know, and that's probably about as sweet and as fruity as anything ever got. But you know, but things like limes and oranges and lemons and stuff, you know, like sort of not every country has all those things natively, but now those things are available to everyone all the time, everywhere, and they're like popular candy flavors as well. Okay, I'm getting very annoyed by the fact we're over halfway through this sandwich hunt, and a Jersey Mike sandwich hunt, and we have not got our shiny yet. Like, oh, we'll do Jangmo. That'll be an easy one. Like Kevin's prediction has come true, and he left. Like, why did he say that and then leave? And then why did he leave like an hour after saying that? How dare he? But yeah, no. But then like sort of fruits became more of a thing. So now, oh, there we go. Kevin, I apologize. You did it, Kevin. You saved the day. Okay, hang on. We're gonna sneak up on. No, don't whistle. Oh, okay. Did we get it by surprise? Probably no. Nope, of course, I accidentally whistled. I meant to crouch. I think Arceus has like a press the stick into crouch. I'm not sure. Okay, quick ball, let's go. I need to get more quick balls. Come on. Yeah, we got it. All right, let's get Goomy. Oh my gosh. Let's get Goomy. Butterscotch candy. Butterscotch is good. Butterscotch is really good as well. I'm trying to think what it's called now. There's a dessert in England, and I don't know what like the equivalent of it is. I really don't know how to describe it. Again, I don't think Andrew's here. Hang on. I just want to check one thing. I know a place to go hunt for Goomy, but I want to see if this other place is a better place for hunting Goomy. So hold the phone. So there's this dessert in the UK called Angel Delight, right? And it's kind of like this powdered mix that you mix with like, I think it was milk, but maybe water. And then it's a bit, I don't know how to describe it. It's not like gelatinous, but so it's not like jelly. But it does kind of have like a slight gelatinous thing to it, like something that say you put like just like a smidge of gelatin into. But it's kind of like, so it's kind of like, it's that kind of thing where it's like sort of creamy, but with like a bit of gelatinousness to it, if that kind of makes sense. Hang on, where is the... Oh, here we go, this is what I want. I want to see if Goomy shows up in here. If Goomy doesn't show up in here... Oh, there's Goomy. Okay, because this might be a good place for Goomy. This might be a good place for Goomy. Let's get a Zoomerl. Okay, yes! Okay, finally. Like, my like, oh, something should show up here a lot. Because I've never tested this. So I was like, but I think Goomy would show up a lot here. And it did, and it does, and that's good. Okay. Hey, Goomy. And then the random Wooper and a random Sneasel. That's okay. But anyway, back to the Angel Delight. So, it's kind of got this, like, thick, you know, it's not, I wouldn't describe it as pudding-like, but it's just this sort of spoonable thing. I'll say spoonable thing and leave it at that. Right, there's Goomy. There are the Woopers. There's a Tynamo. There's another Goomy. I still might go to the other place for Goomy, but we'll see how well this turns out. Dragons and sparkles in the chat. Dragons and sparkles. Dragons and sparkles. Or no, maybe we should just start we're not criticizing, but just kind of like playing around with Kevin again. Like, oh, Kevin, oh, like, you know, sort of why does he have to make those jokes and then leave? No, my heart's not in it. I can't do it to you, Kevin. You're too good. No. But let's see, Goomy. More Goomies. More Goomies. There we go. Okay, Goomy. Goomy! Yeah, I think the other place might be better than this. I'll go back in here one more time, but if this doesn't really... Don't get me wrong, we're seeing a lot of Goomies here, but the place I went to before, there are a lot of Goomies there, and more than I'm seeing here, so it might be better to go here. Or go there, sorry, instead. Because just I ain't seeing a whole load of the Goomies. Oh no, that's a whooper. Yeah, I'm gonna go to my other place, if I can remember where my other place is. Is it down here? I think it's down here. I've never had a jelly cake, although I've never had it. Actually, no. I'm trying to think. There was a cake I saw a while back where I think they did like they did something where it kind of was like Jake and Kelly, cake and jelly. Who are Jake and Kelly? Is that like a couple in a show or like Genshin cast members? I can't think. But I mean, there's like a Kelly in the cast. But anyway, here we go. This is the place. This swamp right here, is where we will find our Goomy. But I can't remember if we have to run really fast or whether it's better to run slow to make it appear. Oh, there's Goomy. Okay, right. We're getting the Goomies now. Okay. So we're getting the Goomies. That sounds like you've got some kind of illness. Like, oh, sorry, I can't come. I got a case of the Goomies. I'm coming down with the Goomies. But it wasn't like, I don't think it was an actual like gelatin cake kind of thing. Like it was one of those sort of like cakes with gelatin in it. It was something where it was almost like cake poured onto jelly and it had jelly kind of within it or something like that. I need to check it out. It's from like that Dylan B. Hollis guy who's very, very funny. Has anyone ever watched like his shorts and videos and stuff? Like he's very funny. If he isn't, I will then proceed to spend the next 2 minutes talking about him and how he's funny. But he's a person who he like finds old-timey recipes. Well, I say old-timey, but some of them can be like from like the 70s or the 60s or something, which isn't really that far back, except it is because it's the year 2020, so those are a long time ago. But you know, but like Depression era recipes, stuff like that. So he'll kind of find these like odd recipes that sound weird or have some weird ingredient or whatever, and he'll make them sort of very skeptically, but then, you know, often they actually turn out quite good, and it's like, how is this cake so moist? Like it should be dry, you know, and stuff like that. But he's really funny. It's very like frenetic, but yeah, it's like a very frenetic style of like sort of YouTube short and TikTok, but he's very, very funny. But he made like some kind of cake with like jelly in it or something. Because I remember I like sent it to my mum and I was like, maybe you could like try something like this for Dad's birthday. But yeah, it wasn't like one of these cakes where like you kind of make it with gelatin and like oh, hang on. So it wasn't one of these cakes where like you make it, you kind of put gelatin like in the mixture and like the whole cake is kind of like slightly gelatinous or something. It was something where you're almost like mixing a cake with jelly, and then you kind of almost have these like two different you know, parts of the cake where like some bites would be more cakey and some would have more jelly, and I think it was something like that. Again, I need to look it up again because it was really interesting. Archie, hello. Yes, he does have a cookbook. Yeah, okay. Well, Archie knows what's up. Yeah, he has a cookbook now of like these old timey recipes, and I think I don't have it because I don't. As I've sort of said throughout the stream, and as you probably can tell, I don't have much money. But like but he but yeah, he so it's kind of, it's not just him like copying like some of the recipes he's done. Like, there've been some recipes he's had where he's liked it, but it's like, but I think I can improve it a little bit, kind of thing. And he's kind of clever enough to be able to like improve them as well. And so it's kind of like his own sort of versions and improvements on these like old timey recipes. But yeah, they're just really funny. He's very funny. Can't remember how he got on that. Oh no, just about jelly cake and stuff. But I know what you mean when you say about like the jelly, sort of the cakes where like they kind of have like gelatin in them, so they're kind of like all around just something. Okay, hang on, how long we got left? 4 minutes? Wait, hang on, we're ending the stream in like 4 minutes? Oh, that's not cool, man. There was so much we had to discuss. But no, wow, no, yeah, we're nearly at 3 o'clock. Yeah, no, oh man, we're going to be ending the stream in like 4 minutes. Oh gosh. Actually, also, we're not finding as many Goomies here as I thought we were gonna. Probably should have gone for the Frigibags. Do we go for Frigibags for like 2 minutes? Yeah, we are hardly encountering any Goomies here. No, I said we were going to get Goomy, and then we're going to get Frigibags, so we're going to stick with the Goomy. But we are going to run around at a faster pace, because, oh lordy, do we need to run around at a faster pace. Good golly gosh. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, we're not encountering a whole load of Goomies here. Maybe I would have been better in that other cave. No! Don't run into them! You've made the peanut butter bread before of his. Nice, nice. But yeah, so I'm just like thinking of his videos now. But I was gonna like half do an impression, but I'd need to turn down my microphone, I think, because he's very like loud as well. But one thing I'll say, it's really interesting watching him on video, like on a video versus a short, because the shorts are very like loud and frenetic and energetic and oh my gosh. And then, but then if you just watch them on a video, it's still got like sort of like a whimsical chaos, but it's more a quiet whimsical chaos. And it's so interesting watching the like two different styles of his kind of thing. Like the shorts are obviously the thing that is going to make him a success and that got him to where he is. But if you do ever watch any of his like longer form videos, like the tomato soup cake, yes, that's right, a tomato soup cake, then it's interesting as well. Goomy, be shiny, so we can end on a high note, because I don't want to get only 4 shinies. That would kind of suck. And you're like, we started with 3, we got 3 so quickly. Also, we're in like some kind of slightly orangey light, which I don't like, because the shiny Goomy is kind of like a yellowy cut. Like, it's basically sort of like a more yellowy version of itself, and it would, honestly, in this light, it would be harder to tell a shiny Goomy from a regular one. I don't like that. I'm sorry, I've been a bit distracted today. I realized I kind of triggered a couple of things in my head where I kind of started thinking about other stuff, like what stream do I do next weekend and stuff like that, because I feel like I should do something, but it would just be a lot of effort if I do, and I just don't know if I sort of really have it in me to like, you know, do a load of effort for another, you know, I did like 2 streams like a week or two ago, and I did like the green card celebration stream thing where I did like 3 streams in 3 days, and you know, like I said, I just don't have a whole load of games on hand or whatever. Again, there are all kinds of things where, like, if I could do them, I'd love to, but I just don't know you know, but it seems weird not to do anything for like my first anniversary. But like I can't really do anything next Sunday because I've already promised my friend. So again, I am sorry about that. I can't remember what people said in the chat about it and stuff, but so I don't know whether we'll be doing more shiny hunting next week, maybe I will do something else, like playing some Mario games or something like that, but I don't know. I just don't know. How long do we have left? 29 seconds. But how are we going to get a Goomy and a Frigibax in 29 seconds? That would almost seem like it's impossible or something. Michael David, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And see ya. Okay. Don't worry, I'll read chat before the end of the stream for sure. I won't just like leave in like 2 minutes. We'll catch up in a sec. And we still don't know what's up with the strike as well. Oh no, I'm seeing Crogunks. Oh, that means it's it. Okay, well, I'm gonna go and I don't know, like eat some food, watch some YouTube videos, and then just do like more shiny hunting off stream. Maybe I will try and get that Charcadet or something. But okay, well, I'm sorry that stream started with so much promise and then ended so disappointingly. Yeah, just sort of. I'm sorry that this started with so much promise and hope and dreams and joy, and then it just kind of ended up like into not a whole lot of whatever really. But okay, Mischief, Mobostif, Steenie, and then Jangmo. Although, hang on, how good is the Jangmo-o? Oh, okay. Should we evolve the Jangmo? Let's evolve the Jangmo-o. I don't know if I should evolve the Hakamo-o that I have instead or whatever, but let's evolve the Jangmo-o first, just so we have the full evolutionary family. Oh, I never even ended up talking about my raid Pokemon. I'll talk about that as well, quickly. Right, Jangmo, we'll level this up. See, we're not done just yet. Zach, you want to make the tomato soup cake, but you're iffy. You hate tomatoes, so you're iffy. Can I just ask, do you like ketchup? Or are you like such a no to tomatoes guy that you don't even like ketchup? Because I would say if you like ketchup but you don't like tomatoes, that maybe it could be an interesting thing to try. Just because I'm a person whom I don't really like tomatoes. But I don't really like tomatoes, but I do like ketchup, and I do quite like tomato soups and sauces kind of thing. It's just I just don't like raw tomato. So I don't know. That's just my perspective. But I feel like the tomato soup cake might be. I'm not saying like you'll like it because it'll taste of ketchup. But what I am saying is that maybe. But that maybe if you don't have some massive aversion to tomatoes, then you know, maybe it might actually be all right. Because he sort of said it just had like a really deep, rich chocolate flavor. I think was kind of the gist of things. But let me show you my new raiders, my new raiders. Just quickly. I did get a Satitan for my Scarlet, because I already had one on Violet. I did change the moveset on this one a bit, just because I realized I never used the other two moves on my other one. You only really want to use this when you have a super effective hit. But I added Avalanche just because sometimes you are slower, so maybe Avalanche would be more powerful than Ice Spinner. I got Zoroark because it's got the 3 immunities, and I felt like maybe sometimes that could be pretty good. Ursaluna. Now, okay, so Ursaluna good golly gosh Nelly, if you have an Ursaluna from Legends Arceus, like a spare one, or from Pokemon Go or whatever, I don't care. Trade it over, okay? Give it the Guts ability, which is just one of its like 2 regular abilities or whatever. Give it the Guts ability, give it Belly Drum, and make it hold a Flame Orb, and then go nuts. This thing is so powerful. Like, max out its attack and stuff as well, Adamant Nature, blah, blah, blah. This thing is so powerful. When you use a Belly Drum, and then that Flame Orb kicks in at the end of the turn and burns you, your attack stat just goes through the roof. Like, it's astonishing. And it's like, I could give it Headlong Rush instead of Earthquake, but I prefer Earthquake's just a little bit safer. But like, wow. Like, and then you can use Drain Punch to heal, but like, when I first used this thing, I did a Belly Drum and then a Drain Punch. And the Drain Punch, it doesn't have stab. It's only like base 75 power. It did so much damage. Like, what? Like, so then when you actually do use your stab moves that are like, and if they're like, and particularly if you've got like a super effective Earthquake, so if you're against like Steel, Electric, Rock, Fire, it does so much damage. It's insane. So yeah, Ursaluna is like, wow. Just good golly gosh. And yeah, that attack stat is huge. Yeah, 416. So a 416 is it? Because like with my Titan, I use 357. That's actually better than I thought. But Earthquake is more powerful than Ice Spinner. So, but look, it's got a better attack stat than Koraidon. Koraidon, not as much as Excalibur, huh? But yeah, like, oh my gosh, oh my good golly Nelly gosh, Ursaluna. If you can't do raids, you can with Ursaluna. This thing is insane. It's not perfect, particularly if the Pokemon likes to confuse you. If you are confused with a maxed out attack, you will die. But yes, and then I the other Ursaluna as well from the DLC. I was like, I might as well train this thing up. I haven't used it yet. But again, it's got its special attack is as good as Miraidon's. The Calm Mind, the Blood Moon, Snarl to, lower their special attack. I could see this thing being pretty good too. So yeah, there we go. So there we go. Okay. Zach, rarely do you find ketchup acceptable. Well then you might not want the tomato soup cake. So yeah, there we go. So I haven't used the Zoroark yet. I haven't used the Blood Moon Ursaluna yet, but the regular, the OG Ursaluna, even though it's like less than 2 years old, as a concept, OG Ursaluna is insane. And yeah, and as you can see, I've got Facade and Earthquake. So Earthquake is like a good, stab, super effective hit that can be super effective against things. Facade can't be super effective against anything, but its power is doubled if you're poisoned, paralyzed, or burned, which you will be because of the Flame Orb. And yeah, my good golly gosh is that Ursaluna. Like, if you don't know what to use in a raid battle, just throw in Ursaluna. There's a good chance you'll be okay. So there we go. That's it. I'm going to go train up an Armarouge and do some more shiny hunting because I want an Armarouge on my team instead of Talonflame now. So I will leave things there. Thank you all so much for today. I'm sorry if it's been a bit... I'm sorry that it started so well and then kind of got unfocused and yeah, that was annoying towards the end. I don't know if I'll do anything special or not next weekend. I don't know. Because like I said, the thing is, if I be like, hey, it's my 1 year anniversary, I think it'll probably just be all of you guys who show up again. So I don't know. And we did kind of do like the 2 streams a week or 2 ago. That was kind of with the knowledge that my 1 year anniversary was coming up. So we'll see how it goes. But that's it for now. That's it for today. Thank you all so much. Take care, and I'll see you next week for something. I don't know what. Goodbye.